and live. Hello, peoples of the interwebs. Welcome to another stunning, enthralling episode of TrampCast Hangouts. We shall, as usual, give it a minute or two for people to arrive. I shall say cheers to those of you that are here early, and thank you for the thumbs ups. Quick swig, newly opened can. Not actually that cold. Struggling for power again. Most of the day. I've actually ended up alright in the end. But I had to unplug from the freezer and take things over the field. As ever, folks. Why is my screen not working? Is it chat again? Oh, Jasper, I must go to bed early. I might come on, but my body deteriorating from lack of sleep, food ill. Oh, I'll go doctor's morning for full blood test. I'll have to wait a long time for CT machine. Okay, I'm switching to live chat. Make sure I get all the messages. I believe I have. Okay, folks, we'll just give it a few more minutes while we wait for the masses to arrive. I am dripping wet. I am absolutely wet through. I think this is another one of these 27 or 28 degree nights. Let's have a look. Just wait for the screen to come the right way up. What's that doing? It looks like there's been some kind of weird mistouches on the screen. Hold on. 28 degrees currently in Torrevieja. The low point will be 25 degrees down around 7 in the morning before it starts to get warm again. These are crazy, these nights. Oh, humidity makes it feel like it's tomorrow's temperature. Humidity will make it feel like it's 39 degrees. Okay, yeah, currently 28 feels like 37. That can't be right. I think it is. From the feel of my skin, I've just given Tina the most minor of walks and run around here just trying to get set up with lights and camera and action. Good evening, Mike and Tina, asks Hannah. How are you both? We're, you know, ups and downs, both of us, I would say. I think we've been going through downs the last few days. That's why I didn't do a live last night. Did I do one Friday? So I had the chance to go live after Scruff Dog last night, but I didn't. I don't think I did a Friday night either. I did a Thursday, didn't I? Clive, Twitter in 5 minutes. Yeah, it's unfortunate timing then. Sorry for clashing with people, but what can you do? Sunday's a typical night for me. Good evening, Mike and Tina. That was you. Jasper says close to sauna. Oh, here, the temperatures. Is that what you mean? I guess the 37s and stuff tomorrow are ridiculous. Did I say 39? I can't remember. I might even take my t-shirt off now, guys. It is a rather thick kind of polo style shirt. It's not really. I thought it was feeling a little bit. I thought I was feeling a little bit cool earlier for some reason. The breeze has got a little bit of a cool edge to it, which could be nice. I just don't think it's nice while I'm wearing this polo shirt. So if you don't mind, I will try and keep the man flesh to a minimum, the moobs and what have you. But for now at least, it's too warm to wear that. I just hope I don't catch a chill now if because I am so wet, so sweaty and horrible. I'm gonna put this somewhere where it could dry, or at least there's a chance of drying. If the breeze is a little bit cool, and it's not just the fact that I'm wet. No, Rabsy Nesbitt string vest. No, I don't own any string vests. I've got some thinner t-shirts, but they're waiting. I think I'm due to wash everything all over again. Pots, pans, plates, clothes, towels, I think my pillowcase, because I lay on it most of the day, and I can see my imprint on it when I get up. I think that needs a wash. So yeah, there's probably other things that oh, my shorts. Yeah, my shorts that I only washed a few weeks ago are, my shorts are, yeah, wet through and black with sweat. So if I'm clashing with Clive, yeah, I think you said Twitter, but I don't think that's what you meant, Jack. The other one, isn't it, that begins with a T? What's it called? Fuck, I can't remember. The one that's not Rumble. Yeah, I just got the alert, didn't I? Does the alert say? No, it just shows me the purple icon. But it's not Twitter. No, that's Sunday is one of my regular nights. All the best to Clive, anyone who goes over there. If you want to go over and see Clive over on whatever the fuck it's called. Let me find out what it's called, because that's going to annoy me. Twitch, isn't it? Twitch. I got there without the tablet this time. A little bit too slow. But yeah, all the best to anyone who goes over there, but Sunday is one of my regular nights. He's got his 1 million followers. He won't miss me. I'll miss the few you guys that are over there. But what can you do? Twitch, yes, says Jack attacked. Clive, where is Derek? Derek and Clive. That was Dudley Moore and Peter Cook. Is that where you're going there? No, not Twitter, not Twitter. It was Twitch. Big Clive just gone live. He's doing things very random at the minute because he's working at the Royal Edinburgh Military Tattoo, so he can't do his normal time, so he's just fitting things in when he can. And I think Sunday is his day off, or he gets some time off anyway. So yeah, if everyone wanted, we could all hop over there, but no, Tina, shush shush. Tina's okay. Quiet, quiet. Tina, quiet. It's okay, babe. Tina's okay. It's okay. Quiet, quiet. Drink your waters. Drink your waters. Okay? Come on. I just gave some extra food. You must need a drink. I just gave Tina a treat. I gave her an extra couple of handfuls of food. Don't have Twitch, says Jess, but and then you can't watch Big Clive over on Twitch. Children up late. Oh, this is Spain. This is nothing. And this is August. You have to understand that in Spain is like Britain used to be in the 50s, where whole towns would go on holiday at once. Like when certain mills and things used to close down, the mills or the mines or something, and the entire town would all be off for the same 2 weeks. Well, Spain does August. And basically Spain closes down, apart from the entertainment industry. Pubs, clubs, restaurants, bars, shops, petrol stations. Apart from the essentials and the entertainment stuff, Spain is kind of closed. Everybody goes on holiday in August. And the children, it's quite normal actually for the Spanish to eat their evening meal around 10 o'clock. 8, 9, 10, well, later than 8. 9 and 10 o'clock as a whole family. Sit down together and eat. Now that's, people often say that's the main meal, but it's technically not. They eat the bigger meal in the afternoon, late afternoon. Later than we would have kind of lunch. But yeah, they sit down as a family to eat often. You'll see people on their balconies, or you'll hear them with an open patio door and they're all sat inside clanking away with their plates and drinks. 10, 11 o'clock. Children will be sat outside bars with their parents until kind of midnight. Quite common. Maybe just because we're a holiday, maybe just because we're a seaside town, a holiday town. I don't know. Roads busy today for Sunday. What, where you are or where I am? We have a few cars passing here, but not too many. I thought I had a police car coming up behind me before, but it was just the way the lights were bobbing about, flashing. I don't like people with drones and videoing private places. Yeah, unfortunately, when you're out in public, you don't get any real say. And if you can be seen from public, and drones technically are in public and you don't own the airspace above your place, it's all a bit complicated. But you don't own the airspace above your house, unless they come down really low and have been deliberately provocative. Hey Josie, hello. All good, question mark. Bloody hot, very hot. And I didn't get my nap before coming live. I didn't get a sleep. Well, that's not quite true. I managed to fall asleep 10 minutes before I had to get up. And then I couldn't kind of wake up properly. I had to keep snoozing the alarm on the tablet. But other than that, other than being a bit grumpy, a little bit down this week, or the last few days anyway, I was great all week. After Thursday night and Friday and Saturday, I was in a slump. But other than that, we're all okay. DJ Bones, you did tell me your name the other day. It was a short name. Sorry, can't remember it. Hi mate, how's it hanging, mate? We're all good, I guess. I'm talking myself up. I'm going to tell myself it's all good. It hasn't been, but or THE. I'm going to assume that you've cut off typing halfway through, or it's a typo or something. Don't know what that means. If the drones fly too low, you can smash them out of the sky. Probably not legally. You certainly can't do what some Americans do and take shotguns to them. If a drone films a woman in a garden well, you see, your next door neighbours can probably look out of their windows and see the woman in the garden. She's not exactly, it's not as private as you think it is. Assuming that you've got neighbours somewhere nearby. You have to create your own privacy. Oh, Josie says they blow them out the sky with shotguns as well. I think that's what she's saying. You've got to be careful with that. If the drone films you doing it and beams the picture back to the guy with the handset, If he's got the footage, you can be in trouble. But I know it annoys people. But satellites are taking photographs all the time. Planes looking down could probably see with the right photographic equipment. You don't. If a plane flies over your garden, you don't get to complain to the Civil Aviation Authority that British Airways are violating your privacy. We did it with a slingshot and a metal bolt, or metal ball maybe. Okay, then he's flying. If you can reach it with a slingshot, then it is too low. Yeah. But again, it's one of those ones where you could still be accused of something and have to argue it in court. The planes have no cameras. Well, most planes don't, but some people fly like microlights and things. People will, you can pay people, or you used to, you see, before drones, you could pay like helicopter companies or people in microlights to fly over and photograph your region from above, your area from above. And there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. If the neighbours didn't want it photographing, it was like tough. Like I said, you don't own the airspace. As long as they stay a certain minimum distance above the height of the houses, the height of the buildings. But yeah, I know it annoys people. Please don't come for a drone that fell out of the sky. Maybe not. Unless the guy's got footage of you making it fall out of the sky. I mean, who knows nowadays? Like in Britain, you get people, you get police coming out because you said bad words on the internet. Oh, because you buy a baseball bat in a shop and you're walking home with your baseball bat still in the wrapper. You get beaten up by them police. Did the lad get tased? No, not tasered. He got like mace or pepper sprayed. Yeah. Bought a baseball bat, sports equipment. It's still in the wrapper. He's got the receipt. He's on his way home with his baseball bat. And basically a foreign copper grabs him. Oh, and they're looking for hot roofs, the secret gardens, people growing the herb in the hot houses with all the excess heat coming out. I see. Yeah, we had that by accident here in Torrevieja 2, maybe 3 years ago. The Tour de France. Did it come through here or did it start here? It came through here on the first, I think it was on the first day, on the first stage. That's the word I'm looking for. And they had TV helicopters and stuff. And they spotted this very herby looking garden on the roof of a house. There it was on like national TV, international TV. And yeah, they got a knock on the door. Nothing to hide in Holland, not with, I've had an abbreviation, I don't know. I think you're only allowed certain amounts, Jasper. I don't think you're allowed, it's like 2 or 3 plants each or something. Or it's only in licensed premises, if we're talking about the herb. Yeah, Spain, I'm told, allows you three plants per person. I don't know anything about it. It's not something I've ever done. Like I've said before, I've never even smoked a normal cigarette, never mind a wacky-backy one. I know nothing. This is the only drug I've ever done, you know, apart from like paracetamol and that kind of stuff. What is it, babe? Is it the people that walked past, or is it the bus at the top of the road? Oh, I said this beer wasn't very cold, and it's already quite acridly warm. Oh, FKK Naturism, okay. Oh, okay. Getting your kit off. Is it not only in certain areas, or can you just do that everywhere in some of your countries? Joe's is in the Netherlands and Jasper is in Germany, if I remember correctly. I don't know the initialism FKK. Two plants in your garden per person if the owner of the house permits it. Okay. I think it's going to end up legalized all over the world, isn't it? Eventually. Just that what? Probably just that one drug. That's the way I see momentum going. Now, I think Canada went a step too far. They legalized, or certain areas of Canada, pretty much legalized everything. And now you've got the fentanyl zombies roaming the streets and dying. Probably not people taking fentanyl deliberately. Probably just because it's mixed in with the other stuff. The coke and the heroin and the whatever else. Out of touch, don't know the names of modern stuff. Free body culture, okay. Zami, hello. Legalize it. That particular one, I think the herb, yeah, your marijuana, and its variants. Now there's the other problem, isn't it? That some of the variations, the breeding that have brought about stronger versions. That might cause a problem for legalization if stuff gets too strong. But yeah, I saw you, Jasper. Free body culture, yeah. Weed is not only also a medicine. Yeah, and that's, I mean, that was the route to legalization in large parts of America, wasn't it? That you got a medical card. Your problem is that in America, your doctors are the doctors, not your, but doctors are a business. And so they'll do whatever you tell them. This is how some of the big superstars have died. Michael Jackson and probably Elvis and probably others. Where a doctor is a business and he wants to be paid by you, he'll sign anything. Weed was not so stinky in the early 80s. You certainly didn't smell it as often. I think now that people are, right, it used to be someone would be smoking it in the house and maybe some would come out of a window or a door as it opened and closed. I think now people just stand out on the street smoking it. My last apartment block, the downstairs, so you walked into a building and there was the stairs and the lifts and things around the edge, but then even though you were inside a building, there was a quadrangle inside, open air. You could look up and see the sky, and you could always smell weed on the downstairs floor. I think people just sat at the bottom of the stairs and hung out and smoked it in groups. It's almost a permanent smell. So I don't have the knowledge of whether it smells more or whether people are just doing it more outdoors. I have those two competing theories. I don't know. I've never smoked anything, Zami. I've never touched a cigarette in my life. Well, I've touched one. I've never touched a lit one. So no, I've never touched any drugs other than alcohol, and in all of its incarnations, beer, vodka, whiskey. What have I said? Beer, vodka, whiskey. Name another brandy. Oh, I do like a brandy. Wine, obviously, and this licorice stuff that I've been drinking. Not aniseed, wasn't it? That I was drinking a couple of weeks ago when I bought some. I just finished that bottle a couple of days ago, maybe. After what? 12, maybe 12 days, if it was a couple of days ago. Yeah. Just today, I wanted a cold drink of water and I went in my freezer and I didn't have any water in there. So I had to make do with the Tinto Verano. I had a bottle of Tinto Verano. So if you remember when Karen was last here, which is now, what is that, 3-4 weeks ago? Not sure. When Karen was left here, she brought me, like, I think it was like 2.5 bottles of Tinto Verano when she left. And I just had the last of the full ones. There's this much left in the bottom. I haven't finished it, but now it's warm. I'll have to put it back in the fridge, but I don't know if I can make room for a big bottle with so little of something in. I don't know. But yeah, no, what a mistake. I didn't have any water in there going cold. So I took that out and put water in. And then while it was out, the Tinto Verano, I had to, I needed a cold drink, folks. What can you say? And wasn't it surprisingly low? It was only like 4% or something. We looked at it the other week. Let me just scroll back. I'm a bit behind. Do you smoke it? Okay, I answered Zami on that one. Weed is genetically modified. I don't know whether it's genetically modified or just bred. Like we've done for thousands of years with plants and animals, crossbreeding, cross-fertilizing for better. I'm sure there'll be some scientist somewhere actually doing the proper DNA shit on it, but I don't think that's the majority. I think most is breeders. You take two different plants that have features that you like, or you take two strong ones and crossbreed them and hope to get an even stronger one. Josie said, I'm not an expert though, Jasper, so I'm not saying you're wrong. Josie says Maroc stinks and a couple of the Dutch ones too, but garden weed not so strong. No lamps, no extra feeding, and suds. I don't know, suds. It's legal in Germany, not free as Holland. I'm walking through village holding my breath. We're going to bring you real Dutch Geneva to test. Geneva, I don't know what that is. Like I said, I don't do drugs, so it can't be that. Robert McIntyre, hello sir. Hi Mike, those elites that control Hollywood, do they eat human flesh and drink blood? Oh, here's a question. I can't reject that hypothesis. If you read up on the Pizzagate stuff, that's damn weird. People paying 20, 30, 50,000 for pizza. And then when the paedophiles come out, or people who have mixed with paedophiles, what do they call themselves? MAPs? Minor attracted persons. So people who are basically attracted to children, but have never acted on it, but they've dabbled in those communities. When they come out and tell you some of the symbols, like a like a spiral but triangular. So the line goes inside and inside and inside, but it's kind of it's a triangle, it's a pizza slice. And it's a well-known symbol, and they have different code words and different symbols for boys and girls, age groups. And when you look at that place that got accused of having a cellar and having children in it. Do you remember that? The actual Pizzagate thing, which was to do with the Clintons, if I remember right. I think the person making the accusation deliberately got it wrong. He was aiming at the pizza place 2 doors down that had the triangular spiral thing going on. The whole eating human flesh, drinking blood, who knows? But Hollywood is definitely full of pedos. I mean, we know this. What was that kid called? Corey someone or other. When River Phoenix was a child star, this Corey somebody or other was in a film with him. And he ended up dead, and the people around him have come out and said he was being abused by certain film producers and... Was it film producers and directors and... Hollywood is rife with all sorts of sexual abuse, I would say. From the days when we used to joke about the casting couch. And then you had a Harvey Weinstein, didn't you? Literally tricking people into his hotel bedroom to discuss their future career, and then just grabbing them and raping them. And the woman, his assistant, who was bringing them up and reassuring them, she's now a Hollywood director, isn't she? Producer, director, one of those things. Can't rule out the possibility of it all. People with power. And you do look sometimes at certain stars who become stars and you don't understand why. Some people get all the jobs in Hollywood. Pedro Pascal is a perfectly average actor. And for the last 4 or 5 years, he's in everything, everywhere, all the time. Then you've got that girl, Zendaya? She can't act to save her fucking life. And she's in everything. Why? Who decided she was going to be a star? And why? Was she doing favors for people? Makes you wonder when really average actors are getting every job. Who decided they're going to be stars, and why if they're not that great? So yeah, I don't know. I've gone off on one. It started off with eating flesh and drinking blood. I can't rule out the possibility. You'd also look at that film. What was that called? Eyes Wide Shut. Was that them just hanging a lantern on it? That's a Hollywood phrase. In a story, when you do something so preposterous, you comment within the... You have a character comment within the story about how... Oh, that's a coincidence. You have a character point it out so it feels less ridiculous, hanging a lantern on it. Is that what they did with Eyes Wide Shut? They put it right under your nose and said, this is what we're doing. But because it's now just a Hollywood film, you sound ridiculous if you make the accusation. But some of those allegations, I think a lot of the original Pizzagate allegations were kind of debunked. But I think it's because they'd named the wrong pizza parlour. There was another one a few doors down the road. And it had the symbolism. and I think an owner who had been convicted of some things. I don't remember the full details. I didn't do a deep dive into it. I'm scrolling because I've gone off on one. I don't do drugs or booze, says Jasper. You can only take one noseful, my mother said. Oh, you're not going on Illuminati. I'm not a big believer in big multi-generational conspiracies like the Illuminati or the lizard people or the Knights Templar. I mean, that's an organization that did exist, but it was disbanded by the Pope, if I remember right. The idea that there's a secret organization that's remained hidden for 800 years, 700 and something. When was the last crusade? 12th, 13th century? Something like that. Oh, Jennifer is like gin. Okay, I'm not really a gin drinker. I don't think. Well, I never have been. I've never found one I liked. I've tried a few, but it's very perfumey and flowery. Never sat right with me. My parents smoked it. Me and my sisters were high from fumes. That's slightly irresponsible parenting. We don't do drugs. I know everyone thinks all Dutch people do drugs. I guess that's kind of inevitable because it's all been kind of so legalized or liberalized. Soylent Green, eating people. Interesting. Chuck, what was he called? Moses, Ten Commandments. Charlton Heston. I was just watching like a compilation of 70s films that modern kids wouldn't understand, or modern teenagers or young adults wouldn't understand. Soylent Green was in the list. It's interesting some of the reasons that they gave for why they think modern kids wouldn't understand them. Some of the films were thought so extreme at the time, and that now reality has surpassed them. Kids wouldn't understand them because it's kind of already happened. One of the films, I don't remember what it was called. Was it called something like Newsroom or something? A news broadcaster threatened to kill himself live on air next week, and instead of kind of being locked up for his own good or protected, the TV company decided to follow him for the next week. Fuck off, fly. And so basically, that was proposing kind of reality TV, or at least a documentary style, following a guy who's threatened to kill himself just to see if he does. And as we get closer to the date, the ratings rise. That's been surpassed in a lot of ways by your Big Brother and all of the other name some Big Brother Survivor Alone, you could say. I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, the one in the jungle, isn't it? And some of the other ones that have happened that I haven't even heard about. Now it's interesting how some of those films, reality has kind of caught up to them or surpassed them. And so kids wouldn't understand, or the youth wouldn't understand, because they're not given a message beyond, like, yeah, that's normal. I totally believe that. Guy says he'll kill himself. Yeah, let's just follow him for a week until he does. See whether he does. Maybe encourage him to. Pizzagate is bullshit 100%. That's a firm statement. How could you know? I mean, it could well be bullshit. I just can't rule it out. I definitely think the original accusations about the specific restaurant that they went with were wrong. But why are there messages about people buying pizza for 20 and 30 grand? Those are real. Those are in the, I think those are in the Epstein files. Why would anyone do, oh, have I not turned that off? I do apologise, folks. Let me go and do that now. I should have done it earlier when Clive went live. Do not disturb. Sorry. Anyone with headphones, I apologise. Where was that? Feldman. Marty with the big eyes. Is that where we're going? I don't know what Feldman, I don't know where that, or Fieldman, I don't know. Jasper loses me. Josie answers yes, she has been to the is that meant to be Arnhem, or is it Arnhem somewhere different? Arnhem Museum, I'm gonna guess, but that's my ignorance. Caligula and Hellfire Club. There was one in London with the guy sticking it. Was that the Hellfire Club? David Cameron and the pig's head. He put his pork inside the pork. Wait there. There are women enough who slept with him for power or roles. Liz, hello. Oh, do you know what? Apart from not having done my intro, I haven't shown off my co-star. Are you presentable? I hope you're presentable. No clean up on aisle 2 required. Oh, hand over the camera, sorry folks. Let me do this. Hold on. I gotta do it. I'll reverse that. I'll do that. Here she is. Tina. Hello, baby. You haven't touched your water. You drank your food. I think you might have. Oh, I don't see anything. Maybe you just farted. Hey, babe. You're gonna say hello to some of your fans. Hello, you. That'll do. There's Tina girl. Liz was asking yesterday if you were still here. Yeah, you're still here. For now. She's hanging on okay. Well. It's getting more and more difficult to walk her any kind of distance because I'm having to lift the front end up more and more. I don't know. It's getting more and more difficult on me. But it's also difficult on her because of the double incontinence and me not always realizing when she's done something, and she might be laying in it, whichever word you prefer. Yeah, Jasper said he was going to bed early. Sorry, I read about 1990s in health efficiency, maybe. Health. I can't translate that word for you. Mikey Yo-Yo, can't wrap my head around all the kiddie fiddling that's being exposed. It's beyond my comprehension. Even worse is the stuff that hasn't been exposed. Probably. Hold on, I'm way behind and it jumped on me. As YouTube chat is wont to do if you're in the proper YouTube app. Why is no one being prosecuted from the Epstein list? I think it's because it's big, important, influential people that's on it. Although a lot of it is just like normal emails between people. And then again, on the flip side, some of them are obviously speaking in code. But unless you know what the code's about, no one's being prosecuted. Okay. Jasper's balance is out of sync. He'll try and get more sleep. Okay, mate. Alright, I think I'm back to where I was. Okay, I think that's Jasper heading off out. Or at least thinking about it. Think about the same as the gin as you... Okay, Jennifer, as you want gin. The perfumey floweriness. Ellen really... Now I'm lost. Am I still on? I am on live chat. I get all the messages, so Jasper just loses me sometimes. Ellen. I don't know what Ellen... I don't see an Ellen in chat. Oh, did somebody say something about Ellen? Have I missed a message further back when it jumped? I'm scrolling back just to see... Oh, Jasper's losing me. Scrolling forwards, folks. Never did like that Ellen one. There was always something about her. Josie's off to bed because 3 weeks left to get everything in the house packed for Spain and go to work next. Bye bye, have fun. Good night, Josie, and sorry if I'm far behind. I'm on 39. No, your message was at 39. I believe it's at 48 now. Yeah. I'm nearly 10 minutes behind, folks. Lots of late nights in Spain. Take me with you, says Mikey Yo-Yo. I've got a spare bedroom in the tent. Well, we'd have to clear out the... oh, my arm jerked. We'd have to clear out the... all the storage. Okay, Corey, that was the name you were given. The Feldman, Corey Feldman. That does ring a bell now you say it, Jasper. Thank you, well done. Yes. Mikey Yo-Yo means he wants to go to Spain, not he means he wants to go to bed with you, Josie. I think that was... Karen enters chat and says hello, everyone. DM, you have more water than us. We have no water. Fuck. I've told everyone to be a prepper. You should always have at least 3 days water for everyone in the house. It's approximately, you want to have approximately a gallon per day per person as an absolute minimum. A gallon per person per day, and then you pick your number of days. Is it 3 days? Is it 7 days? You want to be a mad prepper like me and have a month's worth? Liz Edwards says, sweet doggy. Yeah, Tina is sweet. Yeah. She always has been. Well, she's no good around other dogs, cats. She's a little bit weird around children, a little bit 50-50. So I've always had to watch her. But in general, she's a sweet dog. You know, as much as any dog, you can never fully bloody trust them. They can always get angry and nip someone or whatever. That's because the water is in Mallorca. The water in Mallorca don't taste like what it ought to. It wasn't Lorraine Chase, was it? Was it just some other actress doing the part? It's a Heineken advert, if I remember correctly. I think at the time Lorraine Chase was tied up doing Cinzano adverts with Rising Damp. Leonard Rossiter. Fuck. They have no water to put fires out. Oh, this is well. There are planes and helicopters and things that can come and scoop it up out of the sea. But I guess that's only for the fires that are near the sea or near a big lake. Ellen, the TV person, DeGeneres. I remember her. Most of the flack about her was about how she treated her staff, wasn't it? She wasn't very. She couldn't. She was in her own studio, doing an interview with another person, and he asked her if she knew the name of, like, do you know that cameraman? Do you know the name of that runner? Do you know the name of any of your staff? She didn't know anyone in the fucking studio. She was so big and snooty. They were told they weren't allowed to look at her or talk to her unless, you know, unless you're a runner bringing a message or something. They couldn't, like, if they walked past in the corridor, they had to keep their eyes down, look away, and not speak. Is what I remember reading. How true any of that is, your guess is as good as mine. But those were the accusations that she created a hostile work environment where people were frightened in case they looked in the wrong direction or accidentally said hello. See, I've still got this thing, folks, where I'm sweaty and wet through, a little bit on the cold. I feel a little bit cool, but I don't really want to be putting my t-shirt back on. Mr. Russell Berry, hello Russell. Tunes, hold on, let me scroll back. We have bottled but no running, okay. I bet that you're the type that's got like a pallet full. You've got one of those, like, not exactly an IBC, the what's it called, international bulk container. But I bet you've got a pallet with all the little bottles. I do know people who do that. And it's not a bad idea in case of like emergencies. Then again, Karen's possibly the type that won't drink tap water even in the UK. I don't know that situation. Scrolling, I'm coming forward again. We have bottled but no running. I like Tunes advert and Nescafe. Which Nescafe adverts? The gold blend ones back in the 80s with the guy out of Buffy that just died a few weeks ago. And Sharon Morn, that was the woman in the advert, and he was called... Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? I haven't got a Scoobies. It'll be something posh. No, don't remember. The Tunes advert. Tunes! A first class return to Nottingham, please. Nottingham. He couldn't say Nottingham. Nottingham. And then he ate one of the sweets, one of the tunes, and then he just turns to the guy behind so he's trying to order a train ticket, which you might have gathered from me saying a first class return to Nottingham. But then he just turns to the guy in the ticket office and he just says, "Tunes." I like those adverts. There was Russell coming in. I've said hello already. Flake advert. The flake adverts were damn right pornographic. And we all loved them. Only the flakiest, crumbliest chocolate tastes like chocolate never tasted before. Yeah. Milk tray with the rapist coming in through her window with the ski mask on. And just leaving the box of chocolates and a flower. It wasn't quite a rapist. But he could easily have been mistaken for one. Mistaken? Mistook. Which is your preferred past tense of mistake? He could have been mistaken. He could have been mistook. I mistook him for. He could have been mistaken for. That's my preferred conjugation of that there verb. Must go for an... Jasper. We had a pallet of toilet roll before COVID started, lol, and yes, I don't drink tap water. I know you too well, mate. I know you too well. Jasper feels better, having gone and done what he needed to do, doing his ablutions. Oh, is that... Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't already, and a good number of you haven't. Oh, what was the... You can't ask questions like that. We got ladies present. Flesh Gordon, which was softcore, but had an effect. Let's move on. Let's not keep that conversation going. Where do you get these questions from, Zami? You're trying to build a profile of me. Finger of fudge is just enough until it's time to eat. It's full of Cadbury goodness. Da, 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 da. A finger of fudge is just enough until it's time to eat. All the old adverts, I remember them all well. Well, I don't remember them all. I loved the for MASH Get Smash with the Martians, the robots, whatever they were meant to be. They were like little metal Mickeys, weren't they? I love that. I love those adverts. Those were hilarious. Finger of fudge chocolate not acceptable today. Probably just because of the name. Just call it fudge. Then again, Packers, I don't know. Let's not get all homophobic. Let me get rid of this. I've got this menu stuck in the way over here. Let me get rid of that. Scrolling. Okay, I've got nowhere to scroll. I've caught up with you all, folks. I've done a good job. That's because I didn't hang around on Zami's question. Too many ladies present for us to be going down that particular topic. Maybe in another 3 hours. I get accused of the Gareth Hunt advert where he's shaking the beans. Nescafe or Maxwell House? Oh, does anybody remember Mellow Birds? I hated that coffee. In fact, it wasn't really coffee, was it? It was more chicory. So for anyone who doesn't know, during the war, coffee was difficult to get hold of. And so these these chicory substitutes were produced. And of course, 70s and 80s, a lot of those people that had spent 5 years drinking that stuff were all still alive. And some of them had got the taste for it. So you had a lot more coffee with chicory. And stuff like camp coffee, which I think was all chicory. God, my mum drank that stuff. I could never stand it. So camp coffee was a liquid coffee. You'd put a couple of spoons of the liquid in your cup and then pour your hot water in. But again, I don't think it had any actual coffee in it. Oh, mellow birds used to repulse me. They're really, really fine powder as well. It wasn't like a normal freeze-dried coffee. Which advert was this from? Yesterday was the 5th Battalion's. The day before was the Teddy's birthday. And today is Harry the Spider's coming out party. That rings no bells with me. I'm going to assume that this is because you're a year or two older than me. Which advert is this from? The 5th Battalion. So that sounds military. The day before was Teddy. Teddy, when I hear Teddy, I think play school. But then Harry the Spider's coming out party. I have no clue. That doesn't jive with me at all. Let me just scroll back and make sure I haven't. Gareth Hunt wanking video. Yeah. There's a little boy holding a matchbox. Like an actual box of matches. Was this a public... This is not a Charlie Says or whatever. This is not a public service advert. Like the Green Cross Codeman or Charlie Says. Charlie says, don't go away with strangers and don't play with matches, you little bugger. Matchbox status quo. You're all losing me now. I'm going to go get a beer in a minute. We've just gone over the hour mark, folks, and I still haven't done my intro. For anyone who doesn't know what the fuck you're watching, and that's probably at least a few of you, you're watching Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. That's the name of the channel. Delta Mike, that would be me, your eponymous hero. And of course my glamorous co-star Tina. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeping on the streets, or in my case, in a field. I don't know if you can tell that I'm in a field because I hang my fairy lights under the parasol each evening. But behind me, you might be able to make out street lights and shrubbery. Certainly, if I turn the camera the other way, and if the cable isn't all tied up with other things, you might get to see shrubbery and clothes dryer and my t-shirt that I'm trying to dry, which I probably should have put on a clothes dryer, and other accoutrement. There's a chair that normally has my solar panel to the right, but now it's to the left because the sun moved around. As it does. Rise in the east, sets in the west. So that's the... Oh, I didn't finish it. I got as far as the down and out. Delta Mike, down and out, and did all the different words for down and out. In Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain. About 50 minutes south of Alicante, 50 minutes north of Murcia. Not a lot more to say about the place, really. It's a nice place. I haven't seen any of it in the last year. Whoa. Something just happened. Let me just see. At least I turned off all the noise on my phone so you guys with headphones didn't get blasted. Okay, I just got like 4 notifications from that television app that I only installed for the World Cup. They're really pushing the Tour de France and the Women's Junior Handball World Cup. They do things like that here in Spain. Weird sports that you've never heard of. Fucking handball. And not even the women's handball game, but the junior, so that basically the girls, or might be under 21 or something, I don't know. But who's watching that? Why is that so important? You felt the need to disturb me by pushing out alerts. Matchbox, the spider was in that Cadbury's Chocolate Fingers, 1983. That doesn't even sound like a sensible advert. So what was the 5th Battalion? Teddy's birthday. So okay, he's playing soldiers one day, then it's Teddy's birthday the next, and today he's letting a spider out of the matchbox. So it's obviously a little boy. It's that slugs and snails and puppy dog tales kind of, almost. Oh, in some countries it's snips and snails, and I don't know what a snip is. Smithy, evening. Sorry I'm late. You don't have to apologise, mate. You know, there's no obligation. I'll just dock it from your wages, okay? Just don't forget to stamp your time card. Okay, folks, I am up to date, but I am out of beer. And Tina is awkwardly lying diagonal behind my chair. So I've got to go to the right and then back slightly. Just get an extra couple of inches, which most gentlemen's dream. Or a lady's dream for that matter, I don't know. Give me a second. Oh, fuck. It got me. There's a bloody parasol. The second parasol. Oh. Where are you at? Oh, no. Can I get back without tripping over shit? Okay, I can. Hey, babe. Oh, how bad was the man flesh? Hey, baby girl. You're making this difficult for me, aren't you? Hey? Hello, you all. Look, you're not even within range of your water. I'll get that for you the next time I move. Oh, okay, folks. I'm sat further back now for one reason, one way or another. I'm gonna get there. Karen has stuff to do. I'll catch you later. Catch you later, mate. Women's wrestling, says Jasper. You and Zammy are almost as bad as each other. Beach volleyball, anybody? No, shush. Does men's beach volleyball even exist? I've only ever seen women's beach volleyball on TV. Guys, put your eyes back in their sockets. Come on. So you're scaring the ladies away. Now, am I going to put my t-shirt back on? And if I do, or my polo shirt, and if I do, am I going to get too hot again real quick? Let's see. Still wet. Icky and sweaty. Hopefully tomorrow I'll get some washing done. Pots, pans, plates and cups, and then clothes, and then who knows, maybe me. Oh, you never know. Oh, I've lost my eyes. Hold on. Rest of the world, heat wave. America, it's raining. The night is closing in on you, Mike. It is night time. I mean, what time is it now? 11:11. Okay, 12 minutes past. I'm a few seconds behind. I was a few seconds late starting. Less than a minute though, I think. The night is here. I don't know why. I seem to have lowered my umbrella. I think I lowered this more than usual. So this partially obscuring the fancy lights hanging off the coat hanger, which have to hang from a coat hanger, so that I can easily transport them back inside the tent and then hang them up in my bedroom and leave them on all night. It's not that I'm afraid of the dark. I just need to be able to see quickly if things... Oh, I've got mice. I think I said earlier this week, I've got mice in the tent again at the minute. And I said earlier, I don't know who was here, who wasn't, that little bit of a depression thing. So I know I need to take my mouse traps, clean them out, and so some of them have got gunked up and then been left for months unused. So they need a good soak, a good wash, test the mechanism, and clean out the little pot of bait, and then rebait them. I've got all of the sauces and things I just haven't been asked doing it. How long ago is it that my roof blew off? That must be 2 weeks ago now. I haven't put a tarp over it. I've got the tarp. I've got a tarp. I don't know how well it'll cover it, but I haven't even done that. And as Karen would tell you, if I'm going to be changing tents, like I've said all along, at the back end of August or the beginning of September, weather dependent, I need to be starting to sort through my shit. Ready to... It's going to take me 3 days to move stuff out by my reckoning. Or at least the last one did. It could take longer. 3 days to move it out. Half a day to take this tent down, put the next one up, and then 2.5, 3.5 days to bring it all back in, or to bring back in what's coming back in. I should be making a start on these things and doing things, and I'm just being... The heat is a big factor. Lethargy. It's too hot to move. I don't know. So knowing that I've got these things to do, but knowing that I'm not doing them, and then it gets on you, and then you become even worse. Then you feel like you've got too much to do, and you stop doing the other little jobs that you should be doing day in, day out. You know. The mice will keep the camp clean. No, the mice shit everywhere. Especially wherever they find food and they eat. And they bite into every bag that you own. And into cardboard boxes. And into food. I've got a lot of food. And it's not all in secure plastic boxes and things. And I just broke a plastic box the other day with a misstep. In the middle of the night, I just stretched over some things and I was aiming for one spot and I caught the top corner of a box and I've snapped the corner off that plastic box. You know, these fairly big kind of tote boxes for putting things in. Now it's mainly dry goods in there. Lentils and dried chickpeas and things, pasta, and it's all stuff that the mice so far have never touched. But the fact that I've broken a box wide open, just the fact that I've broken a box pisses me off. Yeah, no. The mice will keep the camp clean. Little bugger, I've got a pan on the corner of my bed. Don't ask why. It's from it's my main eating bowl when I have stuff like porridge or soup or stew. I have a little round pan. Most pans are round. I have a little pan with a handle, and that's what I eat from. I looked around the other day. I thought I sensed movement out the corner of my eye, and I looked. This little fucking mouse perched on the far side of the pan, looking at me. They're kind of cute, but I don't want them near my eating utensils or near my food. I don't want them near my bed. I don't want them in my tent. Full fucking stop. They're not normally here in summer. I think this is a sign of drought. Normally they come into my tent in winter when it's very wet and rainy and yeah, looking for shelter, I assume, when the ground starts to kind of flood. Maybe come either in my tent or under my tent. Living in the ground under it has been a historical thing. Why are they in my tent now in August and in daylight? That's the other sign. Mice are nocturnal predominantly. Why are these ones running around in the day? I'm going to arm the traps. I only know where two of them are. Oh no, I know there's one. Okay, no, I know where a third is. And I've got a general idea of an area to look for the fourth. I only have 4. Times like this I could probably do with more. But I can bring them out one at a time. Hopefully not 6 in one night, like the record. That was the first night I got them. Adam and Mel, thank you. I couldn't remember. So I know 2 couples. I know an Andy and Mel, and I couldn't quite get there with the name of the other couple the other day. Total brain fart. But Adam and Mel. Andy, evening all. I'm watching Clive, so can't hear anything yet. That's okay. I knew a lot of people would be watching Clive. Okay, folks, 20 minutes past the hour. So it's 4:20 somewhere for those of you that are of a herbalicious persuasion. 4:20 somewhere. West coast of America, somewhere maybe, or Canada, I would imagine. Guessing. All right, what are we going to talk about, folks? You're going to have to give me topics because I've got none. 1 hour, 20 minutes in, and I'm out. I was talking about mice, holes in the tent, needing to wash all my dishes and clean up and do things. I keep getting these banging noises, and it's one of two things. I think I've got some old eggs that might be popping off. But more likely this time of day, I've got this big pile of plastic water bottles that have crushed down but haven't been bagged up and taken away. So that's another thing on the list for tomorrow. I've got to get like maybe 3 big carrier bags out. Not 3 big bin bags, refuse bags. See down here, let me show you here. You'll have seen it every time that I try to switch to Tina. But you'll see that there are four shopping bags full of rubbish here. There's a pile of bottles there, but over, you won't be able to see from here, there's a pile of bottles over there, a bigger pile. And also I've got a bag back here. Is that the right bag? Yeah, to the left of the tree stump. That is, that's Tina poo. Because she doesn't really poo when we walk anymore. I don't get to just, and I couldn't just nip over the road with her when we're up there, and we're relatively infrequently up there. So I have to, obviously I bag each, event, but then I bag the bags, and then every now and again I'll take a bag of bags up to the, I'll take a bag of shite, if anyone remembers Paul Calf. Bag of shite. I'll take a bag of shite up to the bins to dispose of. Let me scroll and close. It didn't. Oh yeah, no, the menu's there. That's okay. Okay, folks. So that's. Is this going to be a short one? I'll be honest, I wasn't that much in the mood for it myself anyway. I had to drag myself out here, especially as I only just fell asleep before it was time to get up and come out. That was a little bit annoying. So maybe we just do a short one tonight. I don't know. If I wasn't much in the mood, and if I haven't got anything to talk about, let me think. What happened this week? I've got a thing going on with my eye over here. It's kind of weeping a little bit out of the corner of my left eye. Not sure whether this image is reversed for you guys. This is my left eye, and this is the left corner of my left eye. Unless I've totally forgotten my. Every now and again I have to dig out like a dried bit of like sleep or pus or something. But it's only weeping out of the left. It's a little bit sore. Maybe a little bit swollen, and I've got no idea. I don't know if I've had like a fly into my eye or something. I don't know if I've had something happen. I haven't like poked myself in the eye. I haven't had like a tree branch or anything in my eye. I don't know. But it's just one corner of the eye, which is unusual. And my eye's not like particularly bloodshot or anything. There's nothing visible, just this slight weeping. That's about it. What else has happened this week? What about you, Tina? What adventures have you had? Nothing much. She peed the bed last night and I didn't realise. So she laid in it longer than I like. So this morning after I walked her, I had to leave her with her back end hanging out of the door to kind of air off a little bit, and then get some antiseptic wipes and just rub her down, clean her off so that she's not sitting in the ammonia or soaking in the ammonia, and then change her pads or it was newspapers that she was on. I am running out of newspapers. I could do with, if anyone's in the area and got like old newspapers. It's the only way I'm going to keep her going. Otherwise it's not often. Normally I wake up in the night, rotate her a bit, move her, even if she has peed on the whatever kind of pads I've got, move her so she's not sitting in what she's previously done, and then a wipe in the morning. But last night, I don't know what happened. I fell asleep early is what happened. When I was watching Scruff Dog, I fell asleep and I was very drowsy all night, so I didn't wake up properly to check on her properly, move her around, maybe swap the newspapers out and put some different papers in. Normally I'll take them out and put them to one side to kind of dry, and then put an older set back. I'm running out of newspapers. I have to just do something. The only other alternative would be to rotate between like 3 or 4 towels and wash them every day. And I don't think I've got, well, wash one each day. I don't think I've got enough water to be doing that. Although apparently I've got more water than Karen at the minute. Alright folks, has chat frozen, or are you just not talking to me? I think since I said I might leave, I might end it short. People are maybe losing interest. I do apologise. Come on, talk to me. It's a fucking tramp in a field. Say hello. Hit the thumbs up. Tell your friends. Maybe not tonight. Josephine. What do you think, guys? I'll go for another half an hour maybe, and we'll call it quits early. We'll just do a short one. Might be for the best. You are still leaving me trying to fill half an hour, which isn't easy. Topics, what do we want to talk about? What about the weather in Torrevieja? I don't know how many were here at the start, but it was 28 degrees still when I started at 10 p.m. my time, an hour and a half ago. And it's probably not moved a bloody inch. Let's have a quick look. "28 degrees feels like 36. What's really interesting, 28 degrees feels like 36. I put a fucking t-shirt on because I was the wrong side of comfortable. Now I think I'm slightly too warm again because it's a thick t-shirt. Movement. Or was it you? Or are you moving because of that movement? I thought it was over there. I'm no good at locating sounds. I often can't tell whether they're in front of me or behind me. So that's a thing. Alright folks. Hi Mike, are you okay? Seem a bit down? Yeah, I am a bit down. I've been a bit down. I have been. There's no denying it. I don't hide the fact. I think I said it earlier when you first asked. Ups and downs. First half of the week I was up, so I did extra live streams, didn't I? I don't remember what days I did, but I know I did one on Thursday, which would be an unusual day to do. Did I do one Wednesday and hand off to Scruff Dog? Was that this week? That might have been. So I might have done like 6 while 10:30 on Wednesday. I don't know whether I did Tuesday, which would be a fairly regular event. But then Friday came along and I just wasn't in a fucking mood. And then Saturday, theoretically, I could have either done one before Scruff Dog and handed off to him, or I could have picked up after him, which would have been late. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, I don't know what time he finished, because I fell asleep actually. I didn't even manage to stay awake. But no, I've been lethargic. I haven't been getting on with the things I should get on with. Just silly things like taking the rubbish away. It's piling up. I've got 2 bags here of beer cans, and I've got bags of plastic balls and just bags of other general refuse, like from when I cooked. Oh, the fucking wasps are pissing me off as well. So at some point I had this Tupperware box that's blown off the table onto the floor, and it had a baseball cap inside it. And the baseball cap's become bleached in the sun and kind of very light coloured, almost white. But I noticed these wasps, I think wasps, there could be some kind of hornet or even a kind of bee, who knows. Black and yellow fucking stripy things. Anyway, I picked up the hat and turned it over, and there's a like a honeycomb. There's a comb in there. I don't know if it's a honeycomb, but there's a comb. There's a, you know what I mean, like a corn cob in there. All the fucking wasps buzzing around it. So I just threw that over the field. And then a few days later, I opened the bin, the laundry bin over here, the laundry basket type thing. It's got a lid. I saw them buzz around. I looked in, and there's another of these. I haven't got the vocabulary. I mean, I'm going to say honeycomb. I've no idea. Wasps don't make honey, I don't think. But do they make a comb? Do they make a nest that looks like a honeycomb? Anyway, I had to, like, figure out a way to yeet that over the field. 2 sticks and a, you know what I mean, and a... Whoa! I think I got stung that day, didn't I? That was the word. I got stung that day. Only the once, and it only stings for a minute with these particular ones, thankfully. Itches like fuck. Hurts for about a minute, itches for about 5 minutes after, and then it's done. Oh, last night, some cricket or some such, could have been a cicada, I don't know, started chirping inside my tent. I think inside. Could have been on the outer skin, but it sounded loud, and because I haven't got a roof and the sound, it could have been there or thereabouts. I don't want that shit. Now, it only gave a couple of semi-chirps, like fractions of a second. That and the mice and the fucking wasps. Oh, and the wasps are flying in and checking out like Tina's water. I've got to stop leaving water laying around and only pour it for her to drink. The trouble is, how do you know she's had enough? If she empties the bowl, she probably wants more. But if I put more in, she might not drink it all, and then it's there for the wasps and whatever else to come around. The traumas, as it were, of living in a field. The trials and tribulations, I guess trauma is not the right word, but the trials and tribulations of living in a field. I'm not half going through the fly spray as well. So I went the best part of a month with no fly spray. And then, how did it go? I think Karen brought me 2, then Ismo brought me 2, and then did 2 other people bring me 1? And I went through 1 or 2 of them, and then Ismo brought me another 2. And I've used at least 3 of them in the last 2 months. I normally use 1. So when it's not summer, 1 will do like 5, 6 months. Once it's proper winter, I hardly use them at all. The occasional mosquito or something. But because I'm living in a field, and because, sometimes I've got food going off in a bag or something, I don't always know. I got a thing at the minute, I can't tell if it's a cucumber or a fucking courgette without cutting it in half. I also keep standing on things. Sometimes I look, when someone gives me a bag of food, I have a cursory look through it, and I tell them, oh, this is all dry stuff, this is all good. But then there'll be like an orange in the bottom that I haven't seen. And I'll leave it too long. Or a bloody mushroom. Mushrooms. Sometimes there's things that I know are there. I'll know that there's a bag of peppers or something. And then I just don't do anything that would need peppers. I don't cook anything, or I don't make a salad. I haven't got the rest of the ingredients. You've got a bag with 2 peppers in, or 3 peppers. Which has just reminded me of another bag of peppers that someone gave me. Oops. I don't even know where that is. Oh, that's interesting. I have just reminded, I was talking about capsicums, bell peppers, but I've just reminded myself of some little peppers. I don't even know if they're sweet or, what's the other word? I was going for the Spanish and going with pimiento or something. I don't even think that's the right word. I can't get an English word or a Spanish word at the minute. I get stuck. You know, the strong ones, the picante. I don't even know where I put them. I've got a general idea within the tent. So one of my jobs, I've been saying this now for about 2 weeks. I got to pick up every shopping bag in there that's got food in. Maybe bring them outside. Sit down, sort through, and work out what to do with them. Throw away the ones that have already gone bad. Prioritize the ones that are, so it's triage, isn't it? Pick out the ones that are already dead or rotten. Find the ones that are on their way and prioritize those. And other things that will keep on, the dry goods and stuff, just set those to one side somewhere else, because there's no rush for those. I've also got jars of chickpeas and red beans and white beans. In fact, today I realised I'd not eaten for a few days, and so I opened one of the jars of chickpeas and I've eaten about 90% of it. I'll probably, as a snack tonight, probably dip in and have the last couple of tablespoons out at the bottom of the garbanzo beans. That's chickpeas to you and me. Scrolling, folks, but yeah, I got to do that. It was first Thursday. What am I not following? Scroll back through a bunch of things. It was. You're saying that Thursday was the first of the month a week ago? Not even sure that's right. No, that can't be right. 8th, Thursday, 9th, Friday, 10th. That'd make today the 11th. Oh, a stream on Thursday. Yeah, I streamed Thursday. Oh, it was probably my first ever Thursday. Yeah. It's not a day I would regularly stream on. Also, that would have set up streaming Thursday. Friday would be a regular day. Saturday, if I went either before or after Scruff, and then today, Sunday. That would be 4 days on the bounce. That might have just felt like too much. You see, now I'm struggling for conversation. I'm struggling for things to talk about. And unlike some of these streamers that just read through the news headlines and comment on them, and so they've always got topics to talk about, and they're using software that allows them to play other videos within their video and then comment over them. I'm not doing any of that. It's just me sat in a field twattering away. So I guess maybe I got overawed with it by doing the Thursday. Maybe I'll avoid that. Or maybe I need to go back to doing what I used to do, where I looked through some science articles and found some topics to talk about. I'm still watching sciencey articles, I just don't make notes and don't remember what I've watched. This is annoying me. That needs raising. I don't think I can do it now with my Tina. Hey baby. Can I move your water closer? You can reach that if you need it, and you can ignore it if you don't. She can't make up her mind. I've definitely got movement in the hedge over here to the other side of the tent. Mice I can kind of cope with. Rats I want nothing to do with. Now, it's been a couple of years since I've seen a rat. But they're probably here. Why wouldn't they be? Other than the fact that they've probably got like greater nutritional requirements than the mice. So rats might be struggling more than the mice to find enough calories. I don't know, folks. Okay. Yeah. I tell you what, folks, I think I'm going to call it here on the 1 hour 45 mark. I haven't got enough. Did you get rid of the mice? No, they're still here. Part of my depression was I just couldn't be bothered. I haven't set the traps. Part of the things that I know that I should be doing, and I'm not doing. Firstly, they need cleaning out. They need a good soak. They need a good wash. They're all gunked up and jammed up because they've just been sat there unused for a year. Or best part of. And then they need the little pots of the little pots that screw out and that take the bait. Those need cleaning out and degunking. So the mechanism itself needs degunking. The little, so like the paddle that triggers it and the execution bit, they're not really working. So those need cleaning. And then the little pot needs degunking. I don't know, maybe a cotton bud or something to get in there. And then they need baiting up and putting in position. So for anyone who doesn't know, mouse traps go along walls, barriers. Mice run along the edges of rooms and rarely run across the middle. So don't be setting your mouse trap in the middle of an area. You want to set it, don't put it right, don't put the trigger end right up against the wall, but close to, so the mouse comes past, has a sniff around. I'm using hand signals and I've not got them high enough on screen. So don't put the action end right up against the wall. Put it close to a wall. The mouse comes along, has a sniff around, triggers it. Barbecue sauce was what worked best previously, if I remember correctly. I tried salad cream, I tried mayo. They all worked, but barbecue killed 9 out of the first 10, was it? I think so. Now, it might have been the position of the trap, might have been the position of that specific trap. But it was the barbecue one that was doing best. So if you've got a squirty bottle of, I tried ketchup as well. Ketchup works. They all work, but the one that worked best for me, when I had an infestation that was driving me crazy. How long ago was that now? Was that last February or March, or was it the one before? I lose track. God, I can't tell what year it was. I killed, was it 6 in the first night? And it was 1 or 2 each night after that for the first week. Something like that. Expect an influx, Mike. Clive just ended. Okay, mate. Hello, Chippy. I was just discussing mouse traps and my mouse infestation. Hello, sir. Let me just... I got a thing going on with my eyes. I think I might have got conjunctivitis or something similar. Not sure. I got one eye leaking a lot at this end, and now the other eye's just started itching. But that could be anything. Okay. And this computer tube, one man Clive raid. Well, it's 2 now after Chippy arrived. Well, it didn't arrive before you. You posted a little while ago, didn't you? Did you? I think that was you. Yeah, you did. He said, "I'm watching, but I can't hear because I'm doing the Clive thing." I found a very ripe semi-cooked mouse inside a 100 amp service head the other day. It was gross. Been on mute for a bit. Was I on the second screen? Or was I just in a window off to the side? I don't know. Have you got a multi-screen setup? A cooked mouse, a very ripe, semi-cooked and ripe. Did that not attract flies? It was gross. So it wasn't like totally desiccated. It wasn't totally obliterated. Only semi. Your audio is actually better than Clive's. Yeah, but Clive's in he's in digs, isn't he? He's Clive on phone and laptop open. That was Andy. Okay. Not a high bar. Did he have the echoes going on, or was it just or is it just the reverb in the room? Oh, it got its pause across live and neutral. Oh, that'll do it. How many? Hold on. How many? Did you say how many volts or amps? Just scrolling back. 100 amp. Ouch. Echo. He said it was reverb, but there were two channels open. Oh, did he have two microphones going at once? He's got the laptop and the mic. I watch a gardener guy who I would swear has the same issue going on. He's put his phone on in the garden, then he's wearing a separate mic here. But you get a very so it's either a really poor microphone or he's got both going. And as he speaks, I can hear two going. One mic, but one is delayed. That would be a second mic at a distance, wouldn't it? Then again, which would be more delayed, the Bluetooth mic or the sound reaching the computer? What's he use? He uses a Chromebook, doesn't he? Yeah, I think from what you're saying, it sounds like both. Software, yeah, could be. Okay, so it's a two-man raid from Clive. Maybe others have rushed off to the toilet and they'll be here in 5 minutes. I was actually going to call it anytime now. I was running out of things to talk about. But if you can keep me going, if you can keep me chatting, I'll consider keeping going. Especially if you hit those thumbs ups, those like buttons, whatever terminology. Am I right in saying that there's no downvote on live streams anymore? I know that on shorts there's no live, but I just noticed today that there was no downvote, only upvote on live streams. I thought live streams had ups and downs. I know they removed the downvote from videos a while ago. Video on demand, whatever you want to call them, videos, pre-recorded videos. The downvote button is there for you. It wasn't for me. Oh, that's interesting. Same input being processed by two different software channels. Yeah, it could be. Especially if I don't. Does he use what are they? Streamlabs, StreamYards, Stream whoever. Those can be wonky at times. Yeah, no, they don't show them. There's an app that will estimate them, isn't there? It doesn't read a real value like it used to. Used to be, it was there in the JSON built into the page, in the data on the page, and you could get an app that would just read it from within. The data was there, but wasn't being used by the JavaScript within the page. But then they removed it entirely, and now there are just apps that try and track it, like, you know, like toolbars used to try and track what you're doing in your browser. He's on a basic setup, just his phone or his Chromebook, one or the other. Yeah, who knows? I mean, could he be right? It couldn't have just been bouncing off the walls if he sat in a particularly echoey corner. The one he did, oh God, the one that was published yesterday, when the unboxing or unbagging, his audio was okay there, wasn't it? I mean, that wasn't a live stream, but it was in the same premises. Electronic type delay. Okay. Yeah, who knows? That's a whole magical mystery field. School faith with the tannoys are going off, and you got two different tannoys coming at you. Well, reconnecting. You are live. Apparently I'm live. Who knew? He said he couldn't hear much echo in the room. Ah, Binny, fed up bin, Belinda. Hello, hello, long time no see. Maybe you haven't clicked the bell. Click the bell icon. At least you get the alerts, then it's up to you whether to come in and watch. All these different names you operate under, maybe you're confusing YouTube. It has been a while. Are you okay? How is everything? Did you fix the leak in your roof? Okay, I think I've seen all the others. That's assuming that I'm on. I've been a busy bee looking after my dad, losing my job in a few weeks too. Oh shit. Well, I'm sorry about that, Belinda. Wow. That's no money for roof repairs. Tarpaulins. Tarpaulins and a man with a ladder to affix them somewhat securely. It's the only recommendation I've got for temp fixes for roof leaks. Yeah. I currently don't have a roof, full stop. But that's me in a field, and it's Spain, it's summer. I was just about to say the chances of rain are 1,000,000 to 1. And I looked up in the sky and it's all cloud. Well, not all, but let me see if I can show you. It's not exactly all cloud, but it's very cloud. I don't think I need, yeah, look, I don't need, oh, what's the date? 9th. When's the eclipse? 12th, maybe? Are you still in the tent? Hold on, let me turn this back around to me. I am still in the tent. It is still the same tent. It is on its last legs. I have my next tent ready, you know, like packed up inside here. I need a week. And I'm going to do it sometime between now and mid-September, depending on weather forecasts. I need 3 days to move everything out, because to move it out and sort through it. 3 days to move it out and sort through it. There's a hell of a lot in there. 3 days to do that. Half a day to take the old one down, put the new one up and dispose. And then at least 2 days, maybe 3, to bring it all back in. Hopefully I can do a better job of organising it than I did last time. Last time it was all very, very organised for about 2 days, until the first time I couldn't find something. And then you start moving bags around and piling boxes and moving this up. And suddenly you're back in the same shithole you were in 3 days ago. So tent's okay, I'm okay. It's summer, so it shouldn't be raining. I do have one last tarp to put over the top. I don't think it quite fits, but I've got one to put on if I suddenly see a weather forecast saying thunder and lightning tomorrow afternoon. I can finally stir myself. I'm currently in a bit of a depression where I'm not doing the jobs I'm supposed to do. So I've got some mice in there at the minute, and I'm not setting up the mouse traps to go get them. I'm not putting the tarp on the roof. I've got some food going off and I'm not sorting through it like I should be. Tina is not okay. Tina's on her way out and it's not going to be too long. So her back legs don't work and I've been carrying her around forever. If you remember, we got the chariot, the doggy wheelchair. But then her front legs went. And now I'm at the point where when I get her off the bed, I'm basically picking her up by the lead, by the collar and the belt around her waist, and carrying her out the tent quickly before she starts peeing or pooing inside the tent. Once I've got her out, I'll let her do whatever she's doing, and then I'll try and walk her. But her front legs are, well, first thing in the morning, they're not there. She will kind of face plant on the floor if I'm not holding her up. Gradually, as the day goes, or as the first walk goes, she gets a bit of movement in them. But that together with the double incontinence, she hasn't got long. The quality of life for her must be deteriorating. When she's on the bed, she's herself. She's her normal self. She's playful. When she wants a drink of water now, she can't make it over to her own water. She used to drag herself to her own water bowl. Now she whimpers for me to let me know, hey you haven't given me a drink in a while, and I'll pick up the water bowl and sit there next to her, cuddling her, but holding the water bowl while she has a drink on the bed. Yeah, it's all a bit awkward. It's not going to go on. What's really bad, the limiting factor is me. How long and how much can I carry her around? Carrying that much weight off to one side, and even when she is walking on a front porch, she's unstable and it rags my back about. And it's 35 kilos, so 70, did we work that out? 77 pounds one time. And it's at a distance, and she might stagger away from me, or she might stagger under me and I'm standing on her feet. I said about 5 weeks ago she only had 2 or 3 weeks left. And she's hanging on in there. Or we are hanging on in there. I don't think it's going to be forever. She did, after I said that, she kind of started to recover for a while. She stabilized. She was walking better. And this has been the thing throughout this entire decline. It's not been like a smooth, it's been decline, stable, decline, stabilize. Occasionally a bit of an upswing. But I don't know how much more she can go. I don't know how much more I can go with her. I'm behind because I've been ranting. Okay, school fate. Still in my tent out, and sorry missed a lot. How many Delta likes we on? I see 20, which is unusual. Thank you everybody. I always appreciate hitting the 20 mark. Thank you. So yeah, cheers Belinda. Gary arrived. Good evening Mike, Tina, all participants who were part of Deltaville. You keep trying to come up with new terminology, don't you? What was it the other day? The Deltarians or the Deleterious or something. Hope you've all had a good weekend so far. There's not much more of it left. In fact, I'm out of it. And I do have to say a thank you to Michael. For a PayPal donation. Let me just. It takes me forever to scroll back out of those. I don't dismiss those alerts often enough. I guess that's. I'm guessing that's you, is it, Mikey Yo-Yo? I'm just scrolling back a bit. How far? No. Am I scrolling forward? Did it jump back? It was. I had to do the deed with 2 dogs I had for 15 years each. I would love another dog, but I can't deal with that again. It's the worst. Yeah. Yeah. All this research they put into extending lives, and it all goes into extending the lives of fucking mice. We don't need to make mice that live for 3 years live for 6 years. We want to take dogs that live for 10 to 15 and make them live for 30. That way they can be kind of lifelong companions. You pick up a dog when you're, early adulthood, 20, 25, and the dog's there with you, for the vast majority of your life, if you can make it live for 30. That's where the life extension fucking research should be going. Something useful. I'm hoping that's fireworks. That could be something, given the amount of clouds that we suddenly got out of nowhere, and the fact that I was feeling that little chill, and it's been a very, very warm day. That could be thunder. Unless you saw, like, actual fireworks over my shoulder. Don't like that. Yeah, losing dogs is, that's the worst. Well, losing pets. Any pet. Hold on, Andy. I see a good tip the other day, trying doggy massage. It was suggested if it can get the lymph system working and help get everything moving. That's an idea. I was still wanting to go with ivermectin, but I don't know where to get it. That's not true. I mean, you get it from a vet. I can't get there. And I don't know how much it costs. And I don't know if they'd give it me. And can I just walk in and get it, or do I need to take the dog with me? I can't get the dog there with me. The logistics, Can I just buy that shit on the internet? I wanted to give it a go. It's like a Hail Mary, but why not? Doggy massage, worth a try though. Plus, I might not live another 15 years, and leaving a dog behind would be worse. Unless you can make plans. You arrange that, I don't know, nephew Freddie takes your dog, or that next door neighbour that's always really liked him or her. I'm trying to cross my legs under the chair just to get under the table, sorry, just to get a bit more comfortable. Antimicrobials could be worth trying, but be cautious on the dose as it can have bad side effects. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that some dogs don't take well to stuff like ivermectin and things, but at this stage, it's fucking double or quits, isn't it? I mean, what's she got to lose? Restrictions with couriers and customs. Yeah, well, that's always going to be the thing internationally, isn't it? Yeah. Oh. When you live alone, you have a. This is Mikey Mikey Yo-Yo. When you live alone, you have a bond with your dog like nothing on earth, so that's a different story. I mean, this is true. We've spent, I mean, I'll be honest, even before I was homeless, so I lived with another bloke, he had his dog. So it was two blokes and two dogs. And we were all close, I thought. And then he made me move out, and that's overstating it. We had a miscommunication when he had a girl arriving. He told me his girlfriend was coming over from Sweden. And I thought, oh, that'll be nice for you. He meant, no, she's coming to live here. Fucking move out, you cunt. Oh. And she lasted about a fortnight. For anyone who doesn't speak English, that's 2 weeks. Americans don't have the word fortnight. I don't know whether other English-speaking places, Australia, South Africa, do people know what a fortnight is, other than the computer game? And of course the Americans even spell that wrong. But that's... Oh, so fortnight, 14 nights, it's a contraction. 2 weeks. Weirdly, Spain call a 2 week period, they call it 15 days. That's like a literal translation of their word for fortnight. Oh, you didn't have to do that, Bella. Bella, Belinda. Belinda, Bella, Binny, fed up, however many names you've got. Thank you. Always appreciated. I've still got, so Bella won't know, but I raised money a little while ago from people to put in a Temu order to make my life better over summer. What could I buy to improve my life over summer? And then when I came to push the button and make the order, my €60 order became 120 because the EU have changed the rules on postage. And it now costs an extra €3 per item. And I was buying a lot of small priced items. That's not quite the true description of how it works. It's for each individual... Oh God, you worked in a warehouse. What's the term? SKU. SKU. Each individual SKU that you buy. So if you buy a truckload of one item, you only pay the €3 once. But I was buying... And so I held off because I figured I'd wait for them to get everything over to a European warehouse, an EU warehouse, and then I would replace or retry this. I don't know whether the same order will just update because it's available from an EU, or whether I'll go in and have to delete each item and replicate it and find a suitable replacement. Not sure how that's going to work. But I do feel guilty that I raised money, PayPal money from people, and then I haven't gone ahead and done what I said I was going to do. So I've got to look into that and see where we are with that, because I feel guilty. You need a shave, you hairy man. Don't talk to Bella like that. No. Yeah, I've been saying for weeks. Let's think. It's probably... When did Karen do my... She did it when she arrived. She's been gone about a month, I think. I don't know precisely, but 3 or 4 weeks she's been gone. So probably 2 weeks before that, she came, gave me a haircut and took the beard off. Now I've got the trimmers, I could take the beard off. Again, I'm just not doing the things I should be doing. And again, Karen will be here again in I don't know where we are, 2 or 3 weeks. Um, Ivermectin seems to this is Belinda Bella Fed Up Bin. Um, I don't know if you can post a link, Belinda, to what one or more of your um, is it eBay or Etsy or whatever you're selling things. Guys, support Belinda. If you need a dress or a handbag, um, go find Belinda. You can probably follow this account. That name at Fed Up Bin. So youtube.com/ with the at and the Fed Up Bin take you to her account, and she's probably got links listed to at least one of her stores. So Bella Belinda Binny is saying ivermectin seems to be good for all sorts of stuff, yet the medical system always push their pills. Yeah. I think because it's kind of out of, what's the word, out of copyright. It's now a generic drug, isn't it? I believe. You hear all sorts of stories about kind of cancer cures and curing this and curing that. This is why I figured it's, whilst it's probably hokum, but worth a punt, as long as it's not, thousands of pounds or whatever. If 50 euros gets me a box of 20 tablets or something, and I can give Tina one a day for 3 weeks. I know the maths doesn't add up there, but you get the idea. If I can give her a little course, a little treatment of it, and within 2 or 3 weeks, you'll know if it's having any benefit. If it's having a benefit, either up the dose or carry on with it longer. However, I would read up on dosages. It's the milligrams per kilogram, milligrams of active ingredient per kilogram of dog. But the same as when I gave her, what did I give her? It was either ibuprofen or paracetamol when she had something another time. And you just read up. It's this many milligrams per kilogram of dog, and it's split over this many doses per day. And so whether you're dividing tablets or chopping it up or whatever, it's not rocket science. Always push their pills. They push the current pill. They have pills that work for things, and because it comes out of patent, is that the right word? I think patent. Comes out of patent, and so the same company makes a very slight different version of the same drug, just to keep a new patent going. No more effective, no benefit, but now you have to pay 10 times more than you would for the out of patent generic version. Yeah, that kind of shit. Okay, folks, we hit 21. I was going to call it quits a little while ago. Have I got a second wind? Have you got a second wind? If you can keep the questions and the conversation going, I think there's 3 or 4 of you. We should do a roll call. Who's still here? I can see from the numbers that we've got lurkers just lurking. I'm very happy that we hit 21 on the thumbs up, folks. Cheers for that. We don't often hit above 20 nowadays. I think YouTube and the algorithm have settled in. The notifications only go out to my regulars, and those are the only few people here on the whole. Andy's cooking a late dinner. That is late. If you're in the UK, like I think you are. 11:20 where you are if you're in the UK, yeah? Gary's always in the background, Mike. I sit and wait. Okay, oh, now the conversation is going to move to food. At this point, you can expect certain people to pop in and identify themselves. And the conversation will turn to cookery and recipes. Chicken mash veg Yorkshire gravy. I'm from Yorkshire and I've never heard of Yorkshire gravy. I assume this is a thick chicken gravy. Chicken mash and veg. Nope. Tonight I'm having a kota for dinner. You're gonna have to speak English, Gary. What? Are you trying to drink the water? Or are you knocking it away? Hey, baby? You're trying to drink the water. Alright, I'll help. Like always. That's why you have... See, I almost doxed myself again. That's why you have a daddy. I'm sure by now you all know my bloody real name. I should stop pretending. Are you farting? Or have you... I don't see anything. Alright, babe. I'll get some more water in a minute. I don't know where from. There was a bottle of water over here. And now there isn't. Of course, that's always the way, isn't it? I should pick all this up and throw this shit away. Is that the one that I just emptied earlier? Alright, I'll get some water momentarily, darling. I'll get some water in a bit. Oh, okay. Yorkshire and gravy. Yorkshire pudding and gravy. I thought you were introducing... Okay. Commas, my friend. Commas. Come on. Or the word and. Oh, I do love a Yorkshire. I've still not managed to cook one in this field. I should. I mean, I have. I've cooked 3 or 4. What I mean is I've not managed to cook a good one. I don't have an oven. Do you know what I've thought about? Well, when I had electricity that worked properly, when I had proper solar panels and not this shit, I could have just poured the batter directly into the bottom of the slow cooker with it on hot. Now, a hot slow cooker is not as hot as a proper hot oven, but I did manage to bake bread here. I wonder what I'd have to do differently. I think baking powder. To do a Yorkshire pudding kind of low and slow, not exactly low, but not as hot as you would have in an oven. I thought about it. That would be my next experiment. But then you've got the whole baking soda versus baking powder question, and I'm not scientific enough to know the difference. I think one of them activates through heat, and I think one needs an acid to trigger it. So you have to put some vinegar or lemon juice or something in. Not sure how that would sit with a Yorkshire pudding. So you want the one that just activates with heat. But you got to get your batter right. Grease up your slow cooker. That would be my next, because I don't have an oven. That would be my next experiment. Now, the things that I've made in the past have all tasted like Yorkshire puddings, but they've been maybe a little bit flat or a little bit dense, a little bit thick sometimes. But they always, so if you look at like my Christmas dinner stream, it was a couple of days after Christmas, it was like the 27th or 28th. The biggest failure there was the gravy. I ended up with a very lumpy gravy, which I should have just pushed through a sieve. I didn't have a second pan to push it through into. And I made way too much. I mean, I made a fucking pan full. Scrolling down. Hold on. No, jumped. Kota is a half loaf of bread with the centre removed. Okay, filled with chips, cheese, fried egg, a sausage, Vienna or Russian. So okay. Spicy sauce. So we're talking about is it a spicy sausage or is it like the Russian doctor sausage? Spicy sauce and polony. That's another sausage thing, isn't it? And then the inner soft centre of the bread is on the side. Okay. I've seen like sandwich shops rip the innards out of both halves of a loaf or a baguette or whatever, so they get extra filling in. You don't usually get the middle back yourself though. I don't know what they do with it. The soft centre of the bread is on the side to dip in sauce, and that was called Kota. Okay. And now it jumps. Okay. I like to check as the cars go past. I just have to check it's not a copper's. It's the cocktails that some people have prescribed. It's astonishing as they're all toxic when taken together. The problem when you take a lot of tablets is that most tablets, the active ingredient is a really small part of the tablet and the rest is filler. And the question is, what are you filling it with? So that's one big problem if you're taking multiple types of tablet. You end up taking multiple doses of the filler, which can be just a random chemical, basically. Well, that's not a person in the field. Yeah, random. But yeah, then there's just the interactions between different medicines, the different side effects and the different interactions they can have. If you're on 2 different tablets that both lower your blood pressure, or you're on one that lowers your blood pressure and one that increases it, and then you've got the huge list of side effects. Antidepressant tablets, where one of the side effects can be depression and suicidal thoughts. And you're like, do what now? So a side effect of an antidepressant tablet is death. Yeah. No. Maybe not. Yorkshire pudding would be grand tonight. It's freezing, says Gary. Oh yeah, you're in winter, I keep forgetting. What's the temperature now? It was like -1 or something the other day when we talked. Oh, you're expecting -1. Or was it it might have been +1. And maybe it was a couple of degrees warmer the day after. Better than a Vienna loaf. We used to buy a half Vienna and beans from an Italian vendor at school lunchtime many years ago. Bella to Mikey. Yes, they help in one thing, then knock something else out. Yeah. Tara. Hello, Tara. Hello, your stream came up on my YouTube. How are you? Oh, that's a question. Up and down. As a tramp living in a field, trapped in Spain by circumstance, things are not great. in general, I'm surviving. I'm okay, but I have been on a bit of a downer the last few days. But hello and welcome to the stream, and yeah, you know, make yourself at home. Say hello to everybody. Say hello to Tara. Mikey and Belinda are talking about drug side effects. Oh, Mikey's in Scotland. Evening, Tara. Okay, that's from Andy. Thanks. Hello from Northern Ireland. Hello, Tara in Northern Ireland. My brother and family are in. I'm not even going to try. Gaeloch. Apologies. A few weeks. Oh, we're in there a few weeks back. How ye lot? How are you guys doing? Gary's expecting snow from tomorrow. Massive cold front on its way. This is South Africa. Oh, remind me. Was it Soweto? I don't remember where you are, mate. Sorry. Oh, frog in the throat, and it won't bloody move. Belinda's had beef fried rice, but to be different, had sweet and sour sauce on it. Is this from a Chinese restaurant where they soften the beef? What do they call it? They velvet the beef. There's various ways of doing it, but one of which is like a yogurty or in a dairy. But there are other ways of velveting your beef, making them what's the word? Velvety smooth. I think I've answered Belinda's question, but well, I attempted to answer Gary's location. People still saying good evening to Tara. She's saying good evening to people back. Send that snow our way. Yeah, wrong hemisphere. Bad enough with the rain, says Mikey. I don't think it's that early, is it? It's midwinter. Deepest, darkest midwinter. Midwinter would have been June 25th, wouldn't it? Am I off by a month? No. No. Okay, you go into Soweto, you get killed. Okay. Yeah, last time we had snow was 2024 and 2013. I think the poles are shifting. We had snow for the first time in 100 years here, what, 7, maybe 8 years ago now, in Torrevieja, this far south in Spain, and on the coast. We had snow for the first time in 100 years. Poles are shifting. And the North Pole always shifts. But the magnetic north and south may be about to reverse, which happens about once every 40,000 years, I believe. How on earth do you know about Soweto, Mike? Which Mike? Me or Mikey Mike? Or Mikey Yo-Yo? I know about, so everyone knew about Soweto back in the day. We had songs about it. Back in the Nelson Mandela, well, when they were campaigning to have him be released. So prior to 1990. Soweto, southwestern township, I believe it's a diminutive, that's probably the better word, diminutive for, isn't it? It's like an abbreviation. Belinda and Mikey Yo-Yo are talking about that place in Ireland. How many hours do you sleep, Delta Mike? I couldn't possibly tell you because it's rarely more than half an hour at a time. I'm probably knackering my brain and setting myself up for Alzheimer's. Which, if you've been here a while, you'd know that I fear that I kind of struggle with already, not remembering names and towns and things and places. And when I sit here playing 20 clues with myself to tell myself an answer that I already know but I can't get to. I think my sleep pattern, I've always been a night owl, which is an indicating factor, an indicative factor for Alzheimer's. More night owls get it than early birds, but also people with interrupted sleeping patterns. But my lifestyle here, I mean, I'm living in a field with people walking and driving past at random all night long. If I hear a crowd of teenagers walking past at 3 in the morning, I need my body to wake me up. But as well as that, I've got a video playing alongside me just for entertainment value. I'll fall asleep listening to a video, and when I wake up, I'll rewind it back to the last part that I remember, and then listen again. Sometimes it takes me 6 attempts to watch a film or listen to a video. I'll often sleep through the day, especially in summer when it's this fucking hot. Yeah, no. Soweto stands for Southwestern Township. Isn't that what I said? How many hours do you sleep? Okay. I thought that's what I said. Southwestern Township. Am I misremembering? That's the name of the lock. They must have been. Okay. Garrow Lock. Saltwater Inlet. You in Scotland? Have we moved from Ireland to Scotland? I think I've lost track of a conversation somewhere. Maybe you posted the Soweto thing before I said it. How hot is it there, Delta Mike? The last time I checked, the tablet said 28 degrees, feels like 37 with the humidity and what have you. Okay, 28 feels like 31 now. No, it feels like 36. Feels like 36. There is a little bit of a cool breeze. So you weren't here earlier. I had to run around a bit before I got set up, setting up lights at computer, walking my doggy, bringing her water and some food. And I was wet through with sweat. So I took my thick t-shirt, my polo shirt, I took it off and sat here all manly for a while. And then there's a little bit of a breeze, and the breeze together with the wet skin, the sweat, felt I was just a little bit wrong side of comfortable. So I put the t-shirt back on, and now I'm the wrong side in the other way. I'm a little bit too warm again. But yeah. Been raining here in Northern Ireland today. Yeah, you know. Spain's different, isn't it? Spain hits different. We've had days above 40 degrees. And inside my tent, when it had a roof, my tent was like a polytunnel, and in places it would hit 50 degrees plus. Yeah. Andy's crying out for some rain. Okay, we're on 2 hours 41. Do you think we can make it to 3 hours? I don't think we're going to go much longer. I'm glad we hit 22 likes. That's brilliant. But the viewership has fallen off. I think we're boring people, folks. Or maybe YouTube's just had a connection problem or something. And maybe those numbers will climb back up above 10. They do seem to be pointing upwards. I'm at the bottom of this beer. This is my second beer in 2 hours 41 minutes. For anyone worrying about the alky in the field. I know people do worry. I am going to go, if my doggy will let me get out. I don't think she will. Hey babe, you've managed to turn, oh, and when I'm up I'll get you some water. And then we'll show you off to the peoples for anyone who hasn't met you. Hold on, let's do that. Can you let me out? If I go backwards and to the right, I think I can just about squeeze out, folks. Give me 1 minute. Well, maybe 2. I've got to fetch her some water as well. Oh! And pull the trousers out of the crack of my ass. Whoa! And stop tipping all the bar. Okay. Let me do the water for the doggy first. So you see I've got a parasol here. I've got a second one like laid out on the floor. And I keep tripping up over the pole and the brick that it's fitted into. There we go, Sneaky. It's for my Tina girl. Yeah, it's for you. You're a lucky girl. Hey? Little daddy that carries you around. Go on. I wonder if it's not a copper. It's not a copper. Grab a beer. Oh, I caught one. Nothing. I don't know what that is. Something from the bin. Alright, babe. Oh, I'm back, folks. I'm back. Oh, That beer's nice and cold, considering the freezer says it's not that cold. I guess thermal mass. So for anyone who doesn't know, I got a couple of solar panels and I've got a camping fridge freezer and a fan, but my solar panels are too crap to power it at the minute. Even though Spain, middle of summer, peak sun, I bought 2 flexible solar panels about 4 months ago and they're literally falling apart on me. Total shit. I'm going to do a review. And it's going to be a very, very negative review. Oh, let's go back to where... Oh, cop car going past the top road. Andy crosses Scotland off the list of places to escape to. Bella, Belinda, Binny, Fed Up Bin. I'm a bad sleeper too, drives me insane. As long as I've got entertainment, a radio, a television, or nowadays it's my phone on tablet, YouTube basically, or some of the shit that I've downloaded. So the other day, my internet company fucked me about. They didn't send me an alert saying that my 28-day pay-as-you-go was up. And my internet cut off midstream one day, didn't it? I don't remember what day that would have been. Yeah. Messed me about entirely. So I had to resort to things that I've already downloaded. Entertainment. I always have a, you know, I always have a few films and or TV series on standby, either on the phone, on the tablet, or on the. I have an external hard drive that I can plug into the phone or the tablet. On the go cables, folks, or on the go connectors, highly recommended. You need to be able to plug an external hard drive, or a keyboard, or a mouse. There are times when you get like a cracked screen. And you can just plug an external mouse in. If your screen's not taking the touch, use a mouse. On the go connector or cable adapter, call it what you will. But OTG, that's your key word. Remember it, go get it. Be a prepper like me. Be prepared for when these emergencies happen. You can even plug an external Wi-Fi dongle in if your Wi-Fi, if somehow you've dropped your phone or something and broken the Wi-Fi. There's all sorts you can do with an OTG cable, dongle, adapter, whatever you want to call it. On the go. So Tara's going to try and send, or is it Mikey, some rain? Which way did it jumped? Sometimes this chat jumps and I don't even know which way it jumped. I don't know whether I need to scroll up or down. What I do know is I end up sitting here for 3 hours with my finger on the fucking screen. YouTube. The humidity is brutal in it. That's what people in other countries don't understand about the heat here. Yeah, I still see the Americans having this big debate about the UK and well, Europe and AC, Northern Europe and air conditioning. Why we don't have it and what idiots we all are for not having it. Here's the problem when people start getting AC. Let's say half the people get air conditioning. And you've got this split system with the thing inside and the thing outside that does most of the work. The thing inside spits the cold air out, but it's the thing outside that's doing all the compressing, heat disposing, fans to blow the heat away, all that. half the people have these big fuck off noisy engine fan things running outside their house, and the other half have got the windows open to try and get cool. And now they're all listening to fuck off big aircon units on everyone else's house. That's what happens here in Spain. You get fights, a neighbour gets new aircon installed, and the next thing you know, the neighbour's bitching at them and fighting at them because all they can hear all night is your aircon. I've seen that so often. You got to have rules about where you put them and how much noise they can make and which way you point them. And I've seen people, your house is here and the neighbour's house abuts to it but sticks out. And I've seen the neighbours stick the mechanism like on the other guy's wall with pipes going into theirs, but he's getting the vibration from his wall is humming all night. You don't even, some of them don't even put it on their own fucking wall. Really? How selfish can you be? Weird. Tara's talking to Mike, he's saying it's been cooler in Northern Ireland. Nice to meet you all. Nice to meet you, Tara. It is, I mean, it's a tramp in a field. I used to do a program, let's give a bit of an intro. I used to do a program where I detailed 7 days in the life of, and that kind of fell into disrepute. It got out, I stopped. We had some bad storms, I got behind and I never caught up and then I abandoned it. And so now we just do this. I go live and the people that are here chat. YouTube seems to have settled mainly on the group of people that I've already got. Occasionally, usually, I'm told if I hit, oh, you won't see, I'm pointing at a number that's not on your screen, it's only on mine. If I hit 22 likes, if I hit 20 likes, I'm told that extra alerts go out and more people might be, you know, introduced to my thumbnails and the, you know, the title. They might be introduced to my videos. So that seems to happen sometimes when we hit a good number of likes. Andy says, true that, Mike. Would love proper AC fitted, but just know will annoy neighbours. If everyone on your street's got their windows open and you're running fucking aircon at you know, 11, 12, 1 o'clock at night, or on and off through the night, it's a thing, isn't it? How do you make sure that you get one that's got a quiet fan? How do you make sure you've got one that's not going to vibrate on the wall? People in like terrace houses and things where the next door neighbour's literally just the other side of a paper thin wall. And even if it's attached to your wall and it's vibrating, it's their wall as well. Terrace houses, semi-detached houses, townhouses, flats, apartments, whatever, you got to get them up high on the roof or somewhere where they're less likely to be heard by people. But often it's down to the installer picks where's best. You know, he's like, you view him as some kind of expert, so you just like, yeah, wherever you think, mate, wherever you think. And next thing you know, you've got fisticuffs with the neighbours. Or an extra 300 quid bill to move the damn thing. Probably more. Oh, people. Mikey used to be a trucker. I've passed your house loads of times. Lancashire. I don't even remember. I'm not going to say, if she's not wanting to say, I'm not going to say anyway, but I've got a guess. Oh, it jumped. I got lost one Saturday night and drove an articulated lorry through a pedestrian precinct in Wigan. The revellers were throwing beer bottles at the truck, being stuck a few times. I've seen these American reaction videos where American tourists, you know those videos, things that will blow an American's mind about Europe. And it's people, even in these littlest of cars, going down a road. And Americans, they're used to big cars, big lanes, multiple big lanes. And then like they go down an English country road or an Italian little kind of passageway between houses, and they panic, scrape the sides, break the mirrors off, all the things. I'm just scrolling back in case I've missed anything with it jumping around. They're not designed to be flexed on the regular, I don't think, Mike. As you suggested, they need to be mounted on something, them panels, to stop them flexing too much. These have literally, the front laminates, 2 or 3 layers of clear plastic laminates on the front are just breaking off in the sun. They're just I'm having to rub them away because they're curling over and causing a shadow on the panel and reducing the input of the real panel under, and I'm breaking off the laminate layers. They're just crumbling off. They're yeah, they're not meant for flexing too much. I might have flexed them too much in the early days. Now I'm quite careful with them, but I do move them about a bit. But no, they're literally falling apart, and it's meant to be 2 times 100 watt panels, 2 panels each of 100 watts, and I'm not getting above 40, and often struggling for 30, 35. And I'm in Spain in clear blue sunshine with solar noon, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, with the sun directly overhead, with the panels laid on the floor directly perpendicular to the sun. And I'll get enough power most of the time to power my fridge, but not my fan, and certainly not my slow cooker. Which last year I was running all of that from a single panel. I didn't get the fridge until later in the year, but even then I was still doing it. I had a solid aluminium and glass panel that was 100 watts, and that was brilliant. I'm gonna have to go out and buy another. Well, not go out and buy it, but order one and get one delivered. But again, delivery to the man in the field. Need to go back to conventional panels, I think. Yeah, I'm going back to aluminium and glass. And I can probably still use these other 3. So my original aluminium and glass one puts out about 30 watts in good conditions. These 2 still put out 30 watts. I can daisy chain them. I can put them in series and still get like 90 watts probably. I just don't have the fingernails at the minute to undo the MP4 connectors. That sounds like a machine gun. Are they called MP4 connectors? That's what I think they're called on most solar panels. I need to daisy chain them and then get another panel on the second cable. And then I need to find somewhere to stand them all up. at the minute I use the back of a chair, and I put the old panel, so the chair's like that. I put the old panel behind, and then I lean the two new panels against the old panel. So I'm not using the old panel, but I know that for like €3 you can buy a little clippy thing, a little tool to disconnect the MP4 connectors, if that's what they're called. MP4s and MP5s are machine guns, aren't they? Heckler and Koch, if I remember right. They're the ones that the British police use in the airports. Not that that's got anything to do with solar panel connectors. I'm just getting put off by the MP4, and it's making me think maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe protect the glass with clear plastic. Possibly, but you have to know that it's going to let the right kind of light through and not affect the functionality. What I figured was, when I get the glass one, is just always have a blanket or a towel in front of it. So it was pretty extreme weather when it got blown over and broken. 90 kilometers an hour. It's the first time it's the first time we've had anything near that. 60 we've had before, 70 maybe, but a 90 kilometer an hour, and it happened to be coming. So I had this thing leaned against something over there, and the wind was coming from behind it. And it happened to just fall on a bunch of rocks on the floor. I mean, I'd had it 2 years. It had fallen over hundreds and always bounced. This one time it just didn't bounce. Well, it did, but it broke first. What do you do? That's life. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm caught up. I might try stepping out and coming back in, see whether we can't fix it, because I honestly can't sit here for like, I always aim for at least a 4-hour stream. We're on the 3-hour mark or just over. I don't know that I can sit here for another hour with my arm out, just touching the screen continuously. I want to scroll it, put it in place, leave it, and come back to it and have it still be where it was. Can I try that? I'm going to step out of the stream, if I can remember how. I have to exit YouTube entirely, close the app down entirely, go back in. If I don't come back, folks, then catch you next time. But I'm gonna give it a go. Sometimes it won't let me back in when I do this. Shouldn't be long. I think Mike is trying to chat Tara up and ask her if she's been to the Northwest Racing. Which Northwest Racing? Which track are we talking about? Went racing, ended up in the pubs. Well, that's what the pubs are. That's what racing's for. What did I go to once? I went to a race event once. Where was that? It was somewhere near Liverpool. It wasn't Aintree. I didn't go to that one. Although I used to work nearby. Kind of, sort of. Aintree, Sefton, and what was the name of the other place? Like near the old Roan and stuff. St Mary. But where's? I don't want to say Goodwood, do I? Oh man, it was in that area. Why was I there? It must have been a works thing. It must have been a works outing. We must have been, the company I was working for must have been sponsoring something. We all just got bladdered. We took a look at the horses. We thought they were impressive looking beasts. We looked at some of the jockeys and some of the people around us and thought, what a bunch of knobs. And then we got K-lied. Kind of story of my life. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm a lesbian, lol. Me too. Apparently that can happen nowadays. I'm not getting into the whole DEI argument and all of that. I'm not doing that. There's nothing like an Irish pub. There's a lot of things like an Irish pub, the fake ones with lots of chrome and horseshoes and Gaelic welcomes scrawled above the door, but nobody inside or on staff is actually Irish and you're not in Ireland. But yeah, I guess pubs in Ireland would be by definition Irish pubs. But around the rest of the world, Irish pubs can be a mixed bunch, can't they? And Guinness doesn't travel well. There's the other point. Or other stouts, Murphy's and whatever other brands may exist. This one's going down too fast. I better be careful. I've only just got it and I'm already more than a third of the way down the can. Slow down. I was only kidding. I'm sure you've had an interesting life, Delta Mike. Probably not as interesting as you think. I've not always been a tramp. It's a recent phenomena thrust upon me. It's not even a life choice I've made. I have a video, TrampCast 001. There's a space in between the TrampCast and the 001. 2.5 hours long, covers the whole thing from start to finish. Potted history. Born in a little village outside Barnsley in South Yorkshire. What else is there to say? Jumped to the Pennines when I was about 15. Parents moved over to Morecambe. Dad worked abroad. Parents got divorced, or split up at least. Divorced eventually. I did well at school. I was good at maths and physics and stuff like that. Got enough O-levels to make a difference. Started to do some A-levels but dropped out, and a few years later did some A-level equivalents at college. Ended up 3 times overqualified to get to university. Went to college first, did all these extra qualifications, and I went to university and did a business management degree. And then, because I was a few years older than all the other graduates, just 2 or 3 years older than everyone else, couldn't get employed. No one wanted me. Including Saga, the old people insurance and travel company. They literally told me I was too old. If you like the irony. Saga literally told me. I got down, almost every interview I went for, I got down to the last 2 or 3. Whatever the final number was before they made their choice, I was always in the final pot. I was always waiting on that phone call. And I could have been moving around the country and nobody, they'd keep me in and keep me in. I went through like 3 rounds of interviews and then a selection weekend. Was that Barclays Bank? I think that was Barclays. It was either Barclays or Bupa. I went literally 3 rounds of interviews and then a full weekend in a hotel doing a selection weekend. Fucking building paper towers and seeing how you cooperated with others and whether you could come up with strategic ideas for how you were going to achieve, how could you make a roll of paper reach the sea, all sorts of fucking shit. Hated everything about all of those things, but that's a different question. Interview questions. Why do you want this job? Well, I need a job and I want some money. I was kind of straight talking. I wasn't, oh, well, I think I would be the perfect fit in your dynamic organization because I'm quite a dynamic person. Fuck that shit. I hated all that. I mean, you play along to an extent, don't you? I sat there once, interviewed by 3 people, and basically their questioning boiled down to, but what do you do if you've got an employee who just disagrees with you? Well, you listen to them, blah, blah, blah. But in the end, I'm the manager, my decision. And 2 of them kind of, you know, like you're like, yeah, but what if he still well, I'll try and talk it through with him. I'll try and explain my point. But in the end, I'll explain that, look, I've heard you. I value your input and your opinion, but actually, I'm going to go that way. And they started arguing. The interview panel were arguing between themselves about whether this was a good answer or a bad answer. And I'm like, what other fucking answer is there? Do you want me to just give in and go with the untrained guy's opinion? If I'm experienced enough to have been appointed as a manager, fucking interviews and panels and selection weekends and fucking, what are some of the other crud that there was interview exercises, there was introducing yourself exercises. Tell us about yourself. Oh, fuck off. Here's what you need to know. I want a job and you need an employee. I think I'll be good at the job. I've given you my CV, you've read it all, you've seen my qualifications. What do you think? Wankers. Where was I? Interesting life. I've got as far as university and not been recruited, been unemployed for a couple of years, travelling the length and breadth of the country for interviews, and the companies don't want to pay your train fare even. I got down to one interview in Reading, so this is from Lancaster, down to Reading. We're travelling half the length of the country. I get there and they say, sorry, there's been a mistake. I'm like, well, okay. This mistake just cost me 150 quid train fare. Well, what are you going to do about it? Oh, we don't pay travel expenses. I said, well, maybe normally you don't, but what about if you fucked up and I've travelled all this way and there's not even a chance of a job? I didn't say fucked up, but scrolling, I guess, folks. I don't know whether I want to carry on with my life story. Saga of all companies, yeah. No, it's unbelievable. You're too old. Hold on. Your client base are fucking 65 and wetting themselves. I was 24, 25. I was a normal graduate, 21, 22. Yeah, I was maybe 25 when I graduated. Mature student, but only because I spent a couple of years working. Here's another one at university. My wife was half dead in hospital. And I asked for an extension for a project, a piece of work, a dissertation, whatever the fuck it was. And I got lectured by this guy. In the real world, there are no extensions. When you have a deadline, and I'm like, have you ever worked in the real world, pal? I did. I worked 5 years in the fucking real world before I came here. Tell me about your 5 years in the real world. in your fucking ivory tower. Again, I wasn't saying fucking. That's just me relating the story now with attitude. My wife was literally in hospital for a month. How many litres of fluid did she have drained from her lungs? 6? Over the course of a day and a half? Peritonitis, that can be deadly. She was being watched by people in the ward, not intensive care, but the ward next to intensive care, where they can just throw you in there if they need to. I was so low on money, I was walking to university. I don't even know how many miles that is. 4, 5? From where I lived to the uni. I was outside one end of Lancaster, in through Lancaster, and then a long walk up to the uni. I was walking, I'm going to say 4 or 5 miles each way. On the way home from uni, I was stopping at the Royal Lancaster Infirmary, the hospital, to visit her. One day she asked me to go and get her some stuff. I was down to my last fiver in the world. And she wanted a few bits from Wilco's. And so I went to get them. While I'm in there walking around the shop, I see this £20 note on the floor. I put a quick foot over it. You're thinking, fuck, this is a sign from God. I'm not religious, but bear with me. You're thinking, what? Couldn't be better timing, could it? I'm about to spend my last fiver in the world buying her a couple of Mars bars and a bit of this and a bit of that and a bit of deodorant or something. And there's 20 on the floor. And I get around to the till. And there's this little boy, 10, 12, crying his eyes out. My mum's gonna kill me. What can I do? I can't buy the stuff. I got my fiver and I've got his 20. It's my last fiver in the world. My wife's in hospital. I got no other money. Hey, lady at the checkout, I found this around the shop over there by the, I don't know, by the sweets or wherever. Handed it over. I felt good afterwards. The smile on the kid's face when she shouted him over. The kid and the security guard came over. There's moments when you're tested and you do the right thing. It's very tempting to do the wrong thing sometimes in life. And the kid needed that 20 more than I did, maybe. Whether his mum did or not, I don't know. I've gone off on one. The question was, what, have you had an interesting life? So anyway, a couple of years of unemployed, I started teaching people, I started building computers for people and selling them. Then I started teaching people how to use their new computers in their own home. I didn't drive, so they came and picked me up, took me back to theirs, and I 2-3 hours, give them a lesson. This was around the time that the internet was starting to boom. Computers were just getting CDs. 1 speed, 2 speed, 4 speed. I'm teaching them. It was dial-up internet. Sorry, folks, I'm really struggling with the throat tonight. That didn't work. Anyway, teaching people how to use computers. And then someone one day asked me, did I know how to make websites? And what they didn't know was, while I was at uni, I'd started my own little mini business. Well, I had 2 little mini businesses. I was probably one of the first people put out of business by Google. I had a job searching the internet for people who were doing their graduate studies and their postdocs and whatever theses and things they were doing because they didn't know how to search. Back then, you had to put words like or and in between your search terms. If you wanted National Health Service information, National and Health and Service. It's what you had to. Otherwise, you got National Hockey League. Even if you typed National Health Service, just as 3 words, you were getting National Hockey League, National Football League, NBA or whatever. I don't know what that is. Is that National Basketball League, National Basketball Association, whatever that might stand for. You were getting all these results that had nothing to do with your actual search. Excuse me. So you had to learn Boolean, which I already knew from computer studies at school. And sometimes if you wanted this word and that word or that word, you had to put brackets around the 2 things and have the or in the middle. So you always got this word and you got at least one of those other 2 words, sometimes both. All of that. So I had a search business, helping people find, but then Google came along and fucked that up. They stole that from me. But I'd also started dabbling with making websites. And a few years later, after leaving uni, having all these failed interviews, being unemployed a few years, I making computers for people, and someone said, "Do you know anything about websites?" And I'm like, "Yeah, quite a bit." And I was using a thing called a text preprocessor, a specific one. Well, it was a combination. There was one called Rex and one called Regina, so king and queen. But I think it was double. I could be wrong on this. I think it was RE XX. I built these templates and I could merge information in and I could build the menus. And if I wanted to add a new page to the website, I just added a new link to the menu and rerun my script, and it regenerated all the pages and you uploaded them. This was before Dreamweaver, which I don't know if anyone knows. Dreamweaver was a supposedly good piece of software. It was okay if one person wanted to maintain a site. It was no good for groups because only one person had all the files. And it did the same kind of thing. It rerun and regenerated the whole site, and then you uploaded the whole site. And only the person who's got all the files can do it. Could do it. There was an even earlier thing called Hot Metal Pro, which was a clever pun. Hot Metal HTML, hypertext markup language. It's a jolly little pun. Computer guys like little puns and little games, little word games, word interchange. Whoa, word interchange with their naming convention. There's a thing called GNU, where GNU stands for GNU's not Unix. And then you ask yourself, hold on, if that means not Unix, what does the G in GNU's not Unix mean? Well, it means GNU. It's a recursive abbreviation, yeah. Computer guys, they're just like their little fucking gimmicks. Anyway, where was I? Hot Metal Pro, Dreamweaver, Rex and Regina text preprocessors. Then, here's the biggie. I learnt about something called content management systems, where you could install software on your site and edit your website through your website. You just go to a page and log in on the site, go to a specific page, click an icon, and you could edit that page. Or you could go to a menu and just add a new page. It's all just drawn from a database. So you had the code and you had a database and you just edited new pages. This was called Mambo and later called Joomla. Well, not renamed, but there's... I don't want to get into the complexities of open source software, but some guys get together and at night work in their spare time for no money and they build a thing. And anyone can take it, and anyone can make a copy of it, and anyone can change it and release their version of it. It's called open source. And I got involved in this thing called Mambo, I actually ended up on the Mambo Foundation years later, but that's another story. There was like this foundation to oversee the whole thing. Anyway, it got forked into a thing called Joomla, Joomla, and I was involved in that. And I always remember this. I think I told this story a few days ago. In the early days, I was of doing websites. I was approached by a hospice, a charity, and they'd been approached by a company that said, "Hey, you can't afford our content management system, but if you get 9 others, so 10 in total, 9 other hospices to club together, we'll sell you our content management system for 100,000 between the 10 organisations. So you pay 10 grand each." I thought this was ridiculous. I thought, I can build you this website for a few hundred, maybe 1,000. Maybe with a maintenance contract of 1,000 a year to keep it updated and running. And so began a business, a proper real business, that ended up employing about 10 people. Long story short, I announced to the world that I was not going to be toe dipping with this thing. I was going to give up all the computer building and the teaching people. I was just going to do websites. I was going to focus on, it was probably Mambo at the time, I'm not sure. It might have been Joomla by then. But I announced to the world, yeah, it was Joomla. I announced to the world, I'm going to focus on this. This is what I'm going to mainly do. And the next day I get 2 phone calls. One is a company offering to buy half my time. What's your hourly rate? It's this much. I don't remember what it was at the time. 17 or 20 quid an hour, something like that. We'll take 20 hours a week. And I'm like, you're kidding. I've only just started in business and I've just sold half my time. And then I was approached by a multinational electronics company that had blown their budget trying to integrate with a European intranet, and they thought, fuck it. Can we use open source and someone who knows open source software, and can we build just a UK intranet for cheap? Their version of cheap and other people's versions of cheap are different. But yeah. And that was me, up and running. From there, government departments, NHS departments, the United Nations, and many other magazine publishers and all sorts. Built a business, employed people, expanded, got an office in the building next to the town hall in Lancaster, a place called City Lab. This is going on a bit, isn't it? I bet you've had an interesting life. I bet you wish I'd not asked. I bet you wish you'd not asked now. Anyway, we step forward a few years. I'm married at this time. I've been married quite a while. And when I first met my wife, I told her I'm quite boring. You'll find me boring. And she said no, but eventually she agreed. And so she asked me to leave. And we carried on still working together in the same business for a couple of years. But in the end, I'd had enough. I decided I could do my job from here, Spain. I could come and sit I could rent or buy an apartment out here, sit by the pool with my laptop, and when they get stuck in the office, I'll be the expert that helps. I'll be more of an advisor or a consultant for them. Although I'd still own my half of the company. But once I wasn't there, this person left and that person left, this person got bored, that person got bored. And in the end, it was just me. And I didn't want to be doing the work. And COVID happens and shit happens. Here's another biggie, big turning point. During COVID, UK banks weren't sending out new bank cards abroad. Well, that's difficult. I didn't have a Spanish bank account. I was still just drawing money from my UK bank account. I had 2 bank accounts. This is an important factor. Main bank account, emergency fund that I'd set up before moving out here. So a second bank card. So if ever I got stuck, if ever I like lost this card or it got stolen or whatever, I'd have the other bank account with a moderate amount of money in, but not a lot. And no, both cards ended up lapsing during COVID. Now I saw this happening and I'd taken a lot of money out of my primary bank account, so I still had money. But eventually the money I'd taken out ran out. The extra money I had in my pocket ran out, and my main bank account was running low, and eventually actually ran out. Ever since uni, my bank account had maintained this £500 overdraft. It's like a student golden overdraft that wasn't supposed to cost or anything. I ended up having to take that out because I was in a foreign country, running short of money during COVID, and then everything obviously ran out. So then I turned to my emergency fund, and I say, here I am, can you transfer 1,000 over from this account to that account, please? Yeah, sure, fine. Okay, that seems to have gone through. Okay, cheers. Anything else you can do? And there was some other minor query I had, and then while she was answering that, she says, oh, I'm getting an alert. That didn't go through, that transfer. Oh, why not? Well, it turns out we've closed your bank account. Do what now? Yeah, you never put any more money in, or you didn't take any money out for a couple of years. You never touched it. And I said, yeah, rainy fund. I obviously, of course I didn't touch it. Oh, well, we've declared the account dormant. We've moved the money into our account, and you don't get your money back. And this was the clincher. Until you come back to Britain, stand in your own branch and prove your ID. We know nothing about you being in Spain. You never told us about Spain. And I'm like, I did. I said, I'm going abroad, and this is my rainy day fund. And then there was other irregularities. They claimed they never had an email address for me tied to that account, which is impossible. You couldn't have opened a bank account in, I think it's probably the November or December of 2015. I came out here February 2016. You couldn't have opened a bank account. No, hold on. Have I got my, 15, 16 is when I moved out here, that's right. 15 to open the account, 2016 to move out here. And then it's years later, COVID and all the rest. You couldn't have opened a bank account at that point without an email address. But now they say there is no email address tied to that account. But anyway, you have to go back to England, stand in your branch, bring a passport and 3 other forms of ID. And I'm like, I got this little legal problem where the police won't let me leave the country. We won't get into the details. Something and nothing. Argument in a bar. It's not even fisticuffs, except the police say that I punched a policeman and bruised him through his bulletproof vest. Fucking Mike Tyson here, right? Anyway, they keep setting a court date, not giving me the court date, arresting me for not attending court, giving me a new court date. No punishment because they can't prove they've given me the court date, because they haven't. And it all goes round in circles. So interesting life. Consequently, no money, can't get back to the UK to do the bank thing, and landlord illegally evicts me. Stay with a friend for a few months. She gets annoyed, obviously, and eventually says, look, if you can't sort it in 2 weeks, you'll have to go. And so 2 weeks later, me and my doggy, me and Tina, one big hold all, one heavy bag with dog food and other stuff in, one lightweight bag with cushions for the doggy, and then a doggy in the other arm. And I walked down the steps from my friend's, former friend's, apartment to be homeless in Torrevieja. I was offered a pot noodle. Here, take a pot noodle with you. What the fuck use is that going to be? Like, it didn't have any water in it. I said, no, thank you. I'll make my own way. Lived for 2 months in a park up there, kind of got ejected from there, came down here, lots and lots of police aggro, but I've been here ever since, 3.5 years. I don't know whether that's an interesting life. I don't know whether that's a quick summary. It's quicker than the 2.5 hours of the other video, isn't it? I think that's a half-hour potted summary. I might clip that. Once upon a time, I was trying to make a shorter version of the story than the 2.5 hour one, and Jack Attack kept getting in the way. I don't. Is he here? Jack Attack's one of my moderators. It was indeed a saga. Sounds a load of shite, Delta Mike. Well, it wasn't good. Sega would have been better. Yeah. I remember Sega, but not Saga. They do old folks coach trips and travel insurance and I think life insurance. Probably health. Did I say health insurance already? Probably not. That kind of thing. Definitely coach trips though. These companies just want to suck up. Hold on. Mikey doesn't know that in Ireland, Tara is a popular name amongst burly male truck drivers. Okay, we've got some banter. I'm working backwards because it just jumped right to the bottom. So I thought I'd stop the jumping, but I guess I left it too long and it's come back. I'm just scrolling back. There's a lot of chat between you that I probably don't need to read out to everybody. Mikey on the prowl. So Tara, how's your love life? Tara fits right in. 11 people, 24 likes though, Delta Mike. You're saying 24. I'm only saying 23. Maybe I've offended someone with my language or my story and someone's clicked to the dislike instead of the like, or at least unclicked to the like. Or sometimes my screen just doesn't update as quickly as other people's. It looks like there's a lot of banter going on between you, which is okay as long as it doesn't cross any lines. That Tara's distracted me. I haven't heard a word said in half an hour. That's okay. You can just watch 2.5 hours of you can just watch 2.5 hours of TrampCast 001. We're all here just chatting while Delta Mike talking, finding it interesting, Delta Mike. Oh, Zap Sparky stepped in. Zap Sparky, hello, hello. You're a late arrival from Big Clive, maybe. It's interesting. That was Mikey. No, it wasn't. That was Andy. Mikey Jr. So I was trying not to get serious. I'm scrolling, but I hope you're leaving Tara alone. Not too much. Don't cross any lines with the banter. I remember. Oh, Dreamweaver. Oh gosh, Dreamweaver. Fuck. Oh, next year we're talking about Photoshop. I used to slice and dice graphics to make templates. All that layer shit. And masking. I never understood masks properly. Every time I needed a mask, I had to read the fucking manual. I'm not a graphics person really. If someone, we'd often get a graphic artist to knock up a mock of a template, and then I'd slice and dice. So if you had rounded corners and this is back before CSS was any good, cascading style sheets. we'd build the boxes ourselves by cutting out the top left corner, the top right, the line across the top, the line down the side, the bottom left and bottom right, and have either rounded corners or square corners or some other, maybe an indented corner on the modules, the blocks around the side of a page. Oh God. You bring back memories, folks. You're giving me PTSD. Yeah, Dreamweaver. I think Dreamweaver still exists. It's all part of, so Adobe is now all rental, isn't it? Like all these other, like the enshittification of everything. You no longer buy software. You fucking rent it month by month. Like Office, what do they call it now? Office 24/7, the Microsoft shit. Or is it just called Azure? Whatever that means. I don't even know what some of these words mean. That might be a shade of blue, I'm not sure. Because Microsoft was always big on blue for their taskbars and backgrounds and corporate identity. Oh God. Here's one. I was talking about open source before. Was it Steve Ballmer said that open source was a cancer? So he was Bill Gates' right-hand man. Did he take over the company later? I'm not sure he ever did, fully. Maybe. He announced that open source software, these guys working for free and just giving it away, and anyone can take a copy and adapt it and amend it and give that away, their changed version. He announced that open source was a cancer. And the software community turned on them so badly, it affected their balance sheet. It affected their business dealings. And so they formed a team, like an outreach team, to cooperate and work with open source projects and to liaise with and offer tools and resources, and they started giving away stuff. And I attended a conference in their headquarters in London, their UK headquarters. That was part of Joomla. An open source project was having its like national meeting in Microsoft's headquarters with a load of the Microsoft open source outreach team. Lots of beer. I will say lots of beer. Lots of giveaways as well. I mean, some people were given tablets. You know, actual fucking working. Some of the higher up guys in Joomla, I remember. I don't know whether it was kind of lottery based or what, but I remember one guy in particular coming away with this fantastic, for the time, fantastic template. What year would that be? Gosh. 2011, maybe 2012. Anyway, I'm busy prattling on and you guys are talking amongst yourselves and not interested in me. Can I scroll back far enough that I know where we were? So okay, 11 people, 24 likes. There we go. Dinner was good. Can't be asked to do the washing up now. No, it'll wait well tomorrow. Maybe just put in the bowl in the sink with a bit of water and do it tomorrow. I was up Sparky arrived. I saw that. Okay, I think I'm... Oh, pre-op saga. Adobe Dreamweaver, I don't even know if it still exists. The Adobe Suite exists. I don't know what's in it anymore. So it used to be Dreamweaver, Fireworks. What was Fireworks? Fireworks and Photoshop. There was a big overlap, wasn't there? Oh, I don't remember the details, folks. It's 20 years ago since I was doing this, isn't it? Well, not quite. I just said 2012, best part of 15 years ago, isn't it? I moved out here 10 years ago, over 10 years ago. And everything was hunky-dory for the first 6 years. Hey, just 2 years and I will have been in this field longer than I was in apartments and houses. There's a thought, just 2 years. I don't know what the Spanish rules are on adverse possession. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. For anyone who doesn't know, adverse possession, you kind of squat or live in someone else's property and you're doing it out in the open as if you're the owner, and you do the duties that the owner would have done, cutting the grass, mowing or trimming back bushes, chopping down a bad tree or whatever. In some places, you can claim that property after X number of years. I'm not doing that. It's kind of tempting to think about sometimes. I don't think I'd qualify anyway. What do I do here? I mean, I have trimmed the odd hedge. I have cut down the odd... I haven't cut down a tree, but I've limbed trees, dead trees that are falling over and are a danger. I'm quite out here and in the open, so that I'd qualify on that part. But I'm not. I've stressed in the past, it's not my intention to deprive the true owner, and this land is privately owned, so I'm told, reliably. The police didn't believe me for the first 2 years, but they've left me alone for the last year and a half or more. Pretty much left me alone. They used to come along and say, you can't camp here, and I'd say, I'm not camping. This isn't camping. Camping is a leisure activity that you do, for a weekend, maybe for a week or two in summer. This is not that. This is survival. In the wilds of Torrevieja. I just want to check something. There was a plink earlier. I just want to check that I haven't missed saying thank you to anybody. Lots of updates available. Alright, that was Billy. And here it says you've received 2. Oh, there was Michael. Okay. Well, thank you to all the donors, past and present. I wouldn't be here without you. I am not prepared for being homeless. I'm a computer programmer. internet security guy, web designer, once upon a time. Um, I don't know how to be homeless. Neither does my doggy. Or doggo is it seems to be the more preferred word nowadays. I don't know, folks. The reason that I set up my tent here, so visible, next to a little track, across from a field, across from the main road in Torrevieja, the main road, the fucking promenade, the sea road, the coast road, call it what you will. I mean, it's set back a little bit inland right now. The sea's behind me here. It loops around and goes there, but follow it that way, and it is the coast road, the promenade. The reason I set up here, visibility. I knew I needed help. I knew I would need people to say hello to and people who say, hey, do you need help? Can I get you anything? Yeah, mate, I could really do with, a bag of potatoes or a cabbage or whatever. Bad examples. Water. Water. There's the biggie. Without you guys, I'd be dead in 3 days. Some people manage a week, but the general consensus is that 3 days without water. Currently got, I haven't done an audit in a while, somewhere between 50 and 100 litres over there. That's more than any of you have got at home. Come the zombie apocalypse, I've got almost a month's water. What do you got? I tell you what, in the tent, I've definitely got a month's food. I keep fucking standing on it and tripping up over it. But I definitely have. I've just remembered I left my fridge running and I was supposed to turn it off. I'll probably see whether I can connect on the app and whether I'm too late. No, not with that. Okay. Both devices are still running. Both EcoFlows. Car fridge. Oh, start scanning. No. Oh yeah, there you go. It found it. And give me the details. Down to 6 degrees. Close enough. Struggling. It's using too many watts to get down low. The appliance of science, folks. I've got a tablet and a phone. I've got 2 EcoFlows. If you don't know what an EcoFlow is, I'll give a quick intro for anyone new here. Here's my EcoFlow. Think of this as a big power station, a big power bank. Feeds off the solar panels, and it gives. I'm gonna try and maneuver by looking at my finger in real life, not on the screen, because that doesn't work. 12-volt socket, like a car cigarette lighter socket. 2 USB-A sockets either side of that shiny light. 1 USB-C socket. And 1 proper real fucking plug socket. I'm in Spain, so it's a European plug socket rather than a British one. But I've got adapters because I do have a couple of devices that are UK. But that gives 220 volts. I can't remember how many amps. Enough for a lot of things. Not everything. Won't run a microwave. It'll run a TV. I have a TV. Long story. Picked it up next to the bins. I have a fan. A friend picked it up next to the bins. Although previously I'd picked one up next to the bins. I have an electric blanket that would run off that socket in winter when it gets a little bit cool. Didn't need it this last winter. What else have I got, folks? I've got a slow cooker. That one's a UK socket. I've got a Christmas tree. Fibre optic. Oh! Did I do one Christmas last month? I think I did. I think so. So for anybody, again, anyone who's new, my Christmas day was kind of sort of slightly ruined when it rained for 22 hours, something like that. From 2 o'clock in the morning right through to the end of the day. I think it rained torrential, most of it. There was 2 little breaks in the rain when I got out with my doggy for like a minute walk. I think both times I got wet before I got back in the tent. But a friend brought me a Christmas dinner on a real plate. That was nice. Thank you, Anthony. Always say thank you to Anthony for that. But I was planning on cooking my own Christmas dinner and I had all the ingredients. So 2 or 3 days later, I finally got out here and cooked another. But what I said to myself was, because I didn't get a proper 25th of December, I'm going to celebrate an un-Christmas on the 25th of every month. Although it has to be said, through summer, I don't think I cooked for either. I did grab the Christmas tree and brought the Christmas tree out. I don't remember, you'd have to check the videos to see whether I bothered cooking in the end. I think the last 2 or 3 times I've had the food, and it's just been too hot. I've just not been in the mood to eat. It's so hot. And it was even worse in the tent when it had a roof and everything, when it's a polytunnel, when it's like a greenhouse. So it's even hotter than the heat of, of the day. Sun directly on it. So whatever the weather forecast says, 30 whatever degrees, that's in the shade. In the sun it's more. And in the polytunnel it's even more. We easily hit 50 degrees. I know that from previous tents. I don't really have a thermometer this year, but I know it must be that hot. I did have a thermometer. I broke it accidentally a little while ago, but it was hitting 45 degrees at ground level, or at least at mattress level. 2 mattresses just above the ground, not far above, not on a full bed, but 2 mattresses. And yeah, I was hitting 45 degrees in the tent through the day at ground level. At head height, it'd be deadly. It would be deadly. I'm going to scroll right back down to the bottom, folks. And all of your banter between you guys and Tara, that's great. But I can't be reading all that out. I've got a long way to scroll. There was Zapped Sparky arriving. Good evening, mate, he said. I don't know whether I said hello already. I think so. How many times have you been zapped? He's not a real Sparky. Office 365. I use it at work, but to be honest, I have no idea how it works. Most people don't receive training in these things. This was always I said, have I said that I worked at Reebok for a little while? I think I skipped that when I was giving my life story before. Anyway, between normal college and university, I worked at Reebok for a while. Summer job that got extended and extended until just after the university acceptance date. Then the bastards fired me. But then while I was at university, a year or 2 later, I ended up temping in the Reebok office in Lancaster. And it was amazing how little everyone knew about the computer programs. There was this one lady, every time she wanted to send out like a pair of trainers, a pair of shoes, an individual order, We were in the marketing department. They were sending these things to like football players. They were sponsoring Liverpool at the time, and the Liverpool players would ring in and say, "Hey, yeah, no, it's whoever, and I need 3 pairs of whatever in this size or in my size," and so this stuff was getting sent out, small orders for individuals, not the big stuff, not lorry loads. She had this label printing program, and every time she went in, it brought up the last, the details she typed in the last time. And she'd go in and just delete, and then type the new name, and then delete the old address, and then type the new address. I had to set them up with mail merge so she could do a whole day's work in the first fucking hour at work. Just fucking... Here's your Excel spreadsheet or database, whatever it was. First name, second name, first line of address, second line of address, blah, blah, bang. And it would just print off all the labels. It took me maybe an hour to set up in full, probably less, to set it up and test and show her how to do it. I couldn't believe it. Things got a bit sticky there though, because previously I'd been sacked from Reebok. And when one of the bosses walks into the fucking office and sees me there 2 years later and wonders what's going on. But I was only temping over the kind of the summer holidays. That would have been 97. And I can tell you how I know, because was it August the 31st or September the 1st? Princess Diana died. And that was when I was there. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. I'd just done my sandwich year. I'd just done my placement in customs and excise and gone back. And I was temping with an agency, waiting to go back and do my final year at uni. See, folks, a tramp with a degree. Mike, he attended the police HQ a few times. I've been in the Guardia Civil cells a few times, and I don't like their squatty potty. .400-volt capacitor. That doesn't sound like fun. Mikey, they took photos. I think it was for advertising. I'm sure it was. I've had a few 240s, but nothing like 400. Makes you feel alive. Yeah, somehow I accidentally stuck my finger in a light socket one time that someone told me had been switched off. It's kind of half broken, and I was taking that collar around on the light. I was going to take off that light collar, that plastic collar. And then I was assured it was turned off. I had a near miss. The friend that I said I stayed with here after I'd been made homeless, the old lady downstairs had a few problems with her lights. Light bulbs had gone, and I said, I'll just get up on a step ladder and replace them. Another one, she assured me it was turned off. I grabbed the light, twist it, and what happened was the bulb separated from the metal. It's not a bare nut, it's the Edison 27, is it? And the whole thing just popped. As soon as air got into that bulb, when the glass came away from the metal, and bang, the other just explodes next to my fucking head. Oh, sorry, I would have swore that was turned off. Thanks for that. Maybe now we just flick, be careful, just flick the switch once more, and then we're safe. And I had to get the hand in and unscrew the metal Edison screw from the light socket, and then just put a new bulb in. Bang! Right next to my fucking head. You know how it is when you're up on a step ladder. Adobe in. So what was the fire? Whatever I said earlier. Was that part of someone else's package, or are you talking about what's still there now? Well, I said the name of one, didn't I? Fire something or something fire. And I said there was overlap with Dreamweaver. Not with well, it kind of overlapped with both, yeah. Dreamweaver and InDesign. Illustrate. Oh God, now I don't even know what it overlapped with. It could actually generate web code, HTML, for your different slices to make the page look like the original image looked. Never used that feature. Fire. So I'm not thinking about Firefox. That's not what it was. I said it earlier. I'll have to get this when I watch back tomorrow. You see this? It's in there, but I don't know it, and I was talking about it earlier. Zap Sparky living up to the name, yeah. Old chainsaws. I know a thing or two about them. I've got 13. Bloody hell. Have you tried any of the electric ones? How many of them work? Asks Andy. 5 lawnmowers, 2 generators, 3 chop saws. I guess I'm a hoarder. Either that or a fucking arborist or a gardener or something. It was okay. A few days later when the real damage revealed itself. After an electric shock, you should go to hospital, shouldn't you? And have your heart checked. Get a, what do they call it? EKG? ECG. Is that an Americanism? No, is that a brain? That's the brain. ECG. Oh God. EEG. No, electroencephalogram's the head. Electrocardiogram. That's the heart. But for some reason, somewhere calls it an EKG. That's got to be the Yanks, hasn't it? They can never use words properly. Andy, I'm sure you'll be able to make one working one out of all of them. Delta Mike is going to save us in the apocalypse, only if you need water. I've learnt a few knots and things while I've been here. I've learnt a few tricks and pieces, and I've got the... So a year ago, just over, maybe 18, no, nowhere near 18 months, I'm getting that way now. Spain had a total blackout, didn't it? And I was the only person that didn't know for the first 5 hours. My internet had gone off, I think, and I thought that was just... No, I don't think I knew. I think I was charging one device, and I decided to just watch something that I'd already downloaded on the other device, on the tablet, probably. And then like 3 or 4 hours later, I walk outside, and there's 2 people on this track behind me on the... It's not really a road, but it kind of is, sort of. And they're holding their fucking phones up and waving them around like they're trying to get a signal. And I thought, what's going on? And I turned my phone on, and while I'd been on the other device, my phone had received a couple of news stories before connections were lost, saying about a Spain and Portugal wide outage, and a power outage. But While the phone was still working, I must have received a couple of little messages. He's coming out slow. So I had a clue what was going on, but I had my solar panels out, I had power, I was sat here, I put my phone on to charge, and if the power cut had carried on, I was going to take my solar panels and stuff up to the main road and start charging people to charge their phone. You know, take money off them to charge their phone. Why was this guy coming out so slowly? That's weird. He's probably thinking it's really weird that there's a guy sat here with lights on all around him in a fucking field. What's the fucking tramp doing? How far behind am I, folks? That says 1:54. The current time is about 10 or 11 minutes past. Hold on. Past 2, yeah? Yeah. I'm a good few minutes behind. Oh man, that's a lot. You're posting a lot now, aren't you? I was struggling earlier. I'm going to call it quits, and now you're all talking amongst yourselves. And 1:54 is that? I know a guy jackhammered through a cable, got thrown 100 yards, burned, and read last right. Oh, read last right. Sorry, yeah, okay. I was reading that as nights. I couldn't make sense of read last nights. Read last rights 3 times, but survived. And he looks fine until he lifts his jumper. Has he got the Jack Frost pattern, the lightning burns? Andy, about half of them work, the others need tinkering, but that's me. I love tinkering, it beats boredom. Fair enough. You guys are all the technical family from over with Clive and Scruff. I think you've drowned out most of my regulars. Most of my other regulars, I should say. It kept falling over. I think that's meant to be I kept falling over. Yikes, Mike, he was looking. Oh, I'm having to keep hold of the screen. We're going to call it quits soon, folks. I got over. So for anyone who doesn't know, I like to make sure I hit the 4-hour mark, because Google / YouTube do a certain amount of post-processing far more quickly on one of my 4-hour streams than they do on anything under. The live chat replay and stuff for anyone who comes along in the next few hours wanting to watch after the event. And he's sort of like playing up anything with a small petrol engine going to give you. Oh, it jumped. Russell asks, how's Tina? She's fine, mate. She's just asleep down here. She's nowhere near her water for some reason, but yeah, you know, she's alive still for now. Poor Mike's still reading through the chat. Yeah. It was a single hand shock, a couple of burns, but nothing to worry about. Single hand burn. But where did it find its way out? Down through the sole of the feet. You never have enough time. It's jumped on me again, folks. I've missed stuff. I'm seeing messages that I don't understand. I'm also getting a cramp in my back somehow. I think it's because of the hand being raised. Cutting high voltage cables. Gotta test for yourself. Can't trust folks. Yeah, even little old ladies will mislead you. It's just friends. I think it's just friends. I'm gonna wave. They're not gonna acknowledge. Maybe they can't see me. High voltage folks working on an underground cable near me got chatting to, and apparently they have nylon knives for high voltage stuff. They're working on it live. got to stretch. Taking Scruff Dog's advice. And it doesn't work because, ouch, down by my right, is that my right kidney or is it more liver? Oh, somewhere down there. It's cramping like fuck. And me massaging it is making it cramp more. That's good. That's always fun. I think this is because of the way I carry Tina. My right hand side is getting fucked. Okay, folks, I'm going to have to just scoot to the bottom. I can't wade through all of this, I'm afraid. I will try and... Oh, it didn't even... Is your tent holding up? Not really. It's got no roof. Apart from having no roof, I cut all along the bottom here. Two cuts full length down that wall. Apart from that, it's fine. Oh, and having mice. It's all okay. Doesn't look like I'm going to finish this third beer, does it, folks? I think this is the third. Yeah, it must be. If I'm only on 4.25 hours. Sorry, bud, says Russell. No, don't worry. It's summer. It's not going to rain. I hope. I do have a tarp. If I suddenly look at a weather forecast in the morning and it says, hey, rain, I'll check the amounts that they predict and I'll probably still not bother putting the tarp on. But if it says like thunder and lightning, very, very frightening, and torrential rain, then I'll put the tarp over. But it's not a very wide tarp and it's not a very long tarp. I don't even know if it'll make it. I might have to make choices about which half of the tent gets coverage. Or I can run up to the Chino Bazaar, spend the best part of €50 and get a tarp that will cover it from ground to ground in both directions. And then just sit there and laugh. But realistically, I only need it another 2 weeks or so and I'll be putting the new tent up. Back end of August, possibly early September. But I've got the next tent. It's just a case of moving everything out, having it stay dry and secure for 3 days while I'm bringing it out. Sorting through it, deciding what to keep, what to throw. Getting help from friends to put up new tents, because putting up a tent this size isn't a one-man job. And then I have to decide what to do about tarps with a new tent. Ideally, I don't want the new tent out in the sun, the wind and the rain. So I might still end up going and buying a €50, what would it be, 10 meters by 2, 5, 7. A 10 meters by 7 meter tarp to cover us from ground to ground on both axes, in both directions. 2 meters up, 6 meters across, 2 meters down, 6 meters long and 2 meters down. And on the other, 2 up, 3 across, 2 down. Roughly. Okay, folks, I'm gonna scroll back a little way. No Wix or tool station there. Spain, I don't think so. I just get the Chino Bazaar. Might be dehydrated if getting cramp. Dehydration's a definite possibility. I said earlier I tried to drag a bottle of water out of my fridge, but there wasn't one there, out my freezer. I had to make do with Tinto Verano. That's red wine and lemonade. Yeah, you know, it's possibly not quite as isotonic as a good beer. Cheers. I'm joking. Beer's not quite isotonic. Alcohol-free beer can be. Scrolling back, folks. I think... Right, she's okay. Yeah. She's still here. I mean, she's not going to be here long. I can't say. Well, I did say, and I got it wrong. I predicted 3 weeks about 5 weeks ago. But when the time comes, there's a lot of logistics involved. Just getting her to the vet. I can't carry her that far. I can't just turn up at the vet either. It has to be arranged beforehand. I assume or presume the vet's not just going to take a walk-in person and just dispatch a dog. Probably going to insist on an examination, maybe an attempt at treatment. Might have to be a second visit. The costs go up. I have a little bit, but I don't have, you know, if they start wanting to do x-rays or fucking MRI scans or something, I haven't got that. X-ray maybe. How much does a dentist charge for an x-ray nowadays? 100, 150? How much is a vet going to charge? Been tramping a field, isn't it? Oh, and I'm going to get told off when I do go to the vet because she's 2 years or more, no, fucking 3 years plus behind with the rabies jabs. They don't like that. They don't like you being behind with your rabies jab, even though there hasn't been a case in 20 odd years. Okay, folks, I'm going to call it quits. Shall we do, I'll go until the 4.5 hour mark, which is another 7 minutes away. Still reading through our chat, said Tara. I think I saw that previously. So we've got like just over 5 minutes left. It was nice chatting with you, Tara. Please feel free to come back. Like, subscribe, tell all your friends. However, I feel a prick saying these things sometimes. But no, it looks like the chaps and chapesses have enjoyed your company. You're sounds like you fit in. Got 5 minutes, folks. I always like to finish on a round number. Come back again, yeah. Thanks for being here, everyone. Are you all going to abandon me now and leave prematurely? Things always happen to me premature. No, shush, I'm not saying that. Things always happen to me prematurely. Not since I was a teenager. No, shush. God, I must get rid of this beard. I must wash some of my thinner t-shirts so that I'm not sitting here wearing this big chunky fucking polo shirt. It is wet through and a bit stinky. I'm going to wash everything tomorrow. I wonder how much water I will go through. Washing all my pots, pans, the Tupperware that survived. Folks, don't leave Tupperware out in the sun. It doesn't like it. It crumbles. I mean, I knew that already, but still. I gotta finish washing my frying pan. Some other pans. Some plates. Tupperware. Fuck, first things first, I gotta wash my washing bowl, my washing up bowl. The last time I used it, I left some things to soak overnight. All the water evaporated and the dirty water just, the water went and left the dirt. Looking forward to things cooling down so I can get some stuff done around here, says Andy. That'd be nice for you. It won't be this week though. Yeah, same here. Drink the rest of that beer. Yeah, I'm about here with this one. And then that'll be me for the night. I did, when I took the Tinto Verano out, which basically just means red summer wine. When I took that out, I put some water in. So when I go back inside, I'll be able to grab a nice cold bottle of water, which is a problem in and of itself. They're a litre and a half, and I never really get through them. There's always, really I should be drinking litre bottles, but I don't have any. If I laid litre bottles down in the fridge, in the freezer, it's a camping freezer, so it's like a little chest, a mini chest freezer, like a cool box, but with electric, a proper compressor. The problem is that if I laid stuff down in the bottom, there's a pool of crap, and that's another one of my jobs that needs doing. I need to lift the basket out of the freezer section and get a cloth and clean that out and then kind of disinfect it, or at least give it a good proper wash. There's just a lot of crud either spilt out. I think there's been some like melted margarine or something at some point when I've let the fridge get too warm. I think I had a pack of meat split and some juices drip. The bottom is just a fucking mess. So there's another job, add to the list. But yeah, okay folks, I'm just hanging on just for 3 minutes if some of you want to hang with me. If you need to go, if you want to go, but I'm just going to hold on just to get, I'm on 4 hours, 27 minutes almost. I just want to get to 4:30. I don't know why. I just prefer, I'll probably go over by like a minute or two, but I prefer to hit the half, either on the hour or half, on a hour or a half hour. An half hour? Probably technically, H being a semi-vowel. But that's the same as an hospital or an hotel. Sounds wrong. Technically, grammatically correct, just sounds fucking shit. A hospital, a hotel. You could even go with a hotel rather than an hotel. H's, is it Y's? The letter Y can also be a semi-vowel, and sometimes S's. I don't know. You'd have to ask. Normally, if I'd come up with this question a while ago, I would be typing it into Google now to say list semi-vowels in the English language or in the English alphabet. But because we're only 2 minutes away, and in about 30 seconds, I'm going to point you at my girl, and we're going to leave in the manner to which most of you have become accustomed, as theatrical as it sometimes is. Take care, everybody. We're going to finish this very soon. I just need to unhook the phone. We've got a minute just over, maybe a minute and a half if I misread the numbers. Okay, folks, I thank you very much for helping me see out the weekend and seeing in the start of the week. That's assuming that I've got my days right. I often get them wrong. I did this outro once about ending the weekend and starting the week, and it was a fucking Friday night into Saturday morning. Tramping a field, you lose track of days. It's not that straightforward. Okay, folks, let's do this in the manner to which some of you will be accustomed. Here's Tina girl. Look, all stretched out. Oh, you don't want to see that. Give her some privacy. Clean up on aisle 2 in a minute. Hey, baby girl. Tina. Hello. So, folks, I'm just trying to pass a few more seconds. Hey, you're gonna talk to the peoples? You're gonna look at the peoples? No. Okay. Okay, folks. From Tina. And from me, I'm just gonna put this down here while I reach for the X in the corner. from Tina, and from me, Delta Mike. Out. Catch you later. See you next time.